All right, I'm not sure. Does it sound okay, everybody? Let me know if you can hear me. Say hi. Say something. Had some technical difficulties here for 15 minutes. That's always a lot of fun. I think we're good to go now, but I got to wait for somebody to say hi. Whew, been one of those days, man. Been one of those days. All right. Thank you, Tim. Tim first one back. He says, tell a friend Beatles is back. Beatles dealing with all kinds of crapola right now. There we go. All right. Paul Fay was in here earlier, whining and whinging like Scousers usually do. And he says, who ever thinks about the Pirates except when they're playing against the Pirates? So we're going to do an exhibition game here, maybe three game series or something. I don't know what we'll do. We'll just have some fun. We got Tim back here. Hopefully, some other folks will come back. I have no idea what's going on in that other game. I know that Legends came in and told us at one point that somebody's winning 6-0. So there you go. And let's add this to the scene. Action PC baseball. There we go. All right. So this all-time greats franchise team actually is an old one. This comes from Richard Dombrowski, aka Dombrov Baseball. So I think that it'll be fun just to do a little sort of game between the Pirates and the Cubs. So welcome back. This will be our final push for however long we want it to go on. So we've done like about 6.5 hours today. And thank you for everybody for being part of that. 6.5 hours. So let's get into it here. So we're going to do an exhibition. Let's see who's on these rosters here between the Cubs and the Cardinals. See what Richard put up here. So we got Bill Lang, Frank Chance, Bill Dahlin, Kai Kyler, Cap Anson, Ryan Sandberg, Joe Tinker, Heidi Zimmerman, Charlie Holliger, Johnny Evers, Stan Hack, Ray Grimes, Mark Grace, Billy Herman, Phil Cavaretta, Andy Pafko, Dave Kingman, wow, Ernie Banks, Ron Santo, Billy Williams, Glenn Beckert. The list goes on and on. Hack Wilson, you name it. There's a whole ton of dudes in here. So I guess Richard wanted to get everybody in here that he could. Looking at the Pirates, same thing. So you're going to see, obviously, just the usual suspects. So we are going to do an exhibition game. Sometimes Action PC can be a little dodgy with the exhibition games. We're going to do that. A replay video of that first half could be used to cure insomnia. I know, exactly. Sorry, guys. Live TV and all that kind of stuff, right? David, how you doing? Good to see you. Tim, good to see you. And for the other folks that are being suspiciously quiet, also, thank you. All right, so we are going to have the Pirates be the visiting team in at least this game, and the Cubbies the home team, just for Paul, so he doesn't whine and whinge, right? Or just we watched the Rams Patriots Super Bowl from a few years ago that was 13-3. All right, let's play this game. All right, and we'll let the computer manage the Cubbies. And we're going against Clarkson. Boom. And so computer lineup. There we go. And let's go to Forbes Field. Let's see. Vaughn. So this is pretty interesting. I think we're going to actually put Roberto Clemente in instead of Paul Wainer. And we're going to move Lloyd Wainer up. Okay. Stargell, Grantham. Let's see who I got in left field. Yeah, well, boy, Willie Stargell and Ralph Kiner. Let's go with this. Let's have fun. Let's have fun. Except Archie Vaughn at short. Yeah, let's have Archie Vaughn at short. There we go. Even the commercials were garbage, says David. All right, welcome back to part the third, everybody, and welcome back. A little exhibition game here between the all-time great Pirates and all-time great Chicago Cubs. This was a roster set that was created by Richard Dombrowski, who created Dombrov Baseball. So Richard, one time a big time action PC player, I'm told. So we got John Clarkson against Wilbur Cooper. Little exhibition action here. All right, starting defense for the Chicago Cubs in left field, Dave Kingman. In center, Hack Wilson. And in right, Sammy Sosa. At first base, Cap Anson. At second, Billy Herman. At shortstop, Ernie Banks. At the hot corner, Ron Santo. Catching is Gabby Hartnett, and John Clarkson on the mound. Leading off, getting the start tonight at shortstop for the Pittsburgh Pirates, Arky Vaughan. 385 average, 19 home runs, 99 runs batted in for Arky. And we're ready to go. Clarkson deals 2-0 pitch. Vaughn sends this high in the air, third base side, foul territory. Santo, though, plenty of room, makes the grab. 1 up, 1 down. Here's Bucko center fielder Lloyd Little Poison Wainer, 353 average with 5 home runs, 75 runs batted in. We've got a sunny day here in the Windy City, but it is indeed windy as the wind going out to right center field here at 19 miles per hour. Clarkson deals 0-2 pitch. Lloyd Wainer, swing and a miss. Strike 3 on a John Clarkson fastball. Clarkson representing the 19th century. Brings up Roberto Clemente getting the start tonight. We pulled late. Lloyd Wainer was a late pull. Clemente, 357 average, 23 home runs, 110 runs batted in. Clarkson brings an 0-2 pitch. Scorched up the middle. Base hit. Clemente on board. First hit of the game. All right, Billy Herman making a poor play on that, but I usually just ignore that kind of stuff. Here's Willie Stargell. Stargell with 299 average, 44 home runs, 119 runs batted in. Stargell looking to go yard here. 1-2 pitch, fly ball, sinking liner out to center field. Hack Wilson has it for out number 3. So the Cubs face the minimum, and we go to the bottom of the first. The Pittsburgh Pirates, nothing. And the Chicago Cubs coming to bat. The starting defense for the Pittsburgh Pirates. In left field, Willie Stargell. In center, Lloyd Wainer. And in right, Roberto Clemente. First base, Jason Thompson. At second, George Grantham. At short, Arky Vaughan. At third, the original Frank Thomas. Catching, Jason Kendall. And on the mound, the lefty Wilbur Cooper. Leading off here, Cap Anson, first baseman for the Cubbies. Hit 371, 10 home runs, and 147 runs batted in for Cap Anson. Here's the pitch. 1-2, and Cooper has it, runs over, and is fed the ball by Jason Thompson for the 3-1 putout. So 1 away for the Cubs. And here's Billy Herman. Hit 341, 7 home runs, 83 runs batted in. Cooper has the sign from Kendall, the wind, and the pitch. First pitch swinging, long fly ball center field. Wainer has it at the ivy, out number 2. So Billy Herman gave it a ride, but 2 Cubs up, 2 Cubs down for Hack Wilson. 356 average, 56 home runs, 191 runs batted in. So the astute among you will know. Is he an Oscar Mayer Wainer, says David. Oh my God, some kids, some people's kids. The astute among you will know what season this is for Hack Wilson, as he did not use the Baseball History Project or collection for this. All right, here's the pitch to Hack Wilson. 0-2 pitch. Wilson slams this one off the top of the ivy, and Wilson will make it the second extra base hit for Hack Wilson. So runner in scoring position for the Chicago Cubs, and here comes Sammy Sosa now. Sosa, 64 dingers, 328 average, 160 runs batted in. 1930, David, you hit it on the nose, brother. You hit it on the nose. I'm going to pop out these comments so I can see these a little bit more easily. All right, there we go. New feature in this bit of software. All right, Cooper ready to deal now to Sosa. 2 down, runner in scoring position, bottom of the first. Sosa, clean base hit up the middle. The throw home, not in time. And Hack Wilson will score. Kendall's tag just missing. So 1-0 Cubs in the bottom of the first inning. And here's Hall of Famer Gabby Hartnett. 339 average, 37 home runs, 122 runs batted in. Hit the famous homer in the Gloman in 1938. Pirates and Cubs contention for the National League pennant that year. Cooper brings it home. Hartnett swings, lined up the middle, base hit, going for 3 as Sammy Sosa So the Cubs bringing the bats today. Third hit for the Chicago Cubs, just in the bottom of the first. Wilbur Cooper looking a little bit shaky, to say the least. Here's Ron Santo. Dangerous bat, so a lot of power in this Cubs lineup. Lots of power. Comparing the two, got to give the Cubs a bit of the edge in power. All right, about even in terms of speed with these two teams. Santo waits for the Cooper offering from the stretch. The lefty deals 1-0 pitch. This one popped high towards short. Vaughn out on the outfield grass, and he will make the grab for out number 3. But 1 run, 3 hits, no errors. We played 1 here at Wrigley. Cubs 1 and the Pirates nothing. George Grantham, Jason Kendall, and Jason Thompson to bat for the Buccos here in the second. Grantham with a .324 average, 18 home runs, 99 runs batted in. John Clarkson peers in, has the sign from Gabby Hartnett. The wind in the 2-2 pitch. Fly ball to right. This one carrying, but not enough. Sosa back there at right field, just short of the track, makes the grab for out number 1. Jason Kendall now, Buccos catcher in the box, right-hand side, .327 average, 12 home runs, 75 ribbies for Jason Kendall. Baseball player and surfer, Clarkson deals 0-2 pitch, and also strikeout artist, apparently. Big cut and a miss on the Clarkson fastball, and Jason Kendall goes down swinging. Second strikeout issued by John Clarkson. Here's Jason Thompson, .284 average, 31 homers, 101 runs batted in. Here's the pitch. On the 1-2 pitch, long, deep fly ball to right, open the window, Aunt Mitty. The Pittsburgh Pirates tied up in the top of the second. It is 1-1, 358 feet by Jason Thompson as the ball is flung back onto the field. All right, here is Frank Thomas, third baseman for the Buccos, getting the start tonight instead of Pie Trainer. Thomas with a .281 average, 35 home runs, 109 runs batted in. Will probably bring Wagner and Trainer in later in the game. Here's a pitch from Clarkson. 1-1 pitch. Driven deep to left center. Off the top of the wall. Kingman gets to the ball and fires into Santo quickly. So double for Frank Thomas. 2 outs now. And here's Wilbur Cooper. Buccos with a run in. It's 1-1 Pirates and Cubs. And what do we got here? Looks like we have a wild pitch. Hartnett having to chase it to the backstop, bounces off the backstop, and when Hartnett looks, Frank Thomas is at third. So Wilbur Cooper with a chance to help his own cause now with a go-ahead run just 90 feet away. Here's the pitch, 3-1 pitch. This one grounded to second. Herman to Anson for the 4-3 put out, and that does it. But the Pittsburgh Pirates pick up a run on 2 hits. There were no errors. We go to the bottom of the second. Pirates and Cubs score each 1 run. And there's John DFW, the ouchie Frank Thomas, says Tim. So if Tim is still willing, after this ball game, we're going to punctuate this Pirates-Cubs insanity with having Tim on here and doing one of his games, or 2, or however many he wants. This is going to be the long-haul stream here. So if you guys are up for it, we'll do it. What roster set is this? I'll zip it up and make it available in the McGreevy League. John, this one was created by Richard Dombrowski of Dombrov baseball fame. And Richard, so I've got to show you. Can I look at the? Yeah, I can look. So you can see here that Richard just wanted to put everybody that was great in a look at the amount of players on each of these rosters. So there's just the Cubs hitters, right? And that's a pile of pitchers too. So Richard really going all out on this. I forget when he put this up. I can't even imagine. Like, I don't even. What's his rotation? Clarkson, Hands, Jenkins, Ellsworth, and Vaughn. But so looking at the bullpen here, you got Bruce Sutter in the pen here. There's Ted Abernathy hanging around. Of course, Lee Smith. Let's look at the Pirates roster now. But it's fun. It's fun. Let's look at the Bucks, and again, just looking at the hitters here for the Buccos. The gang's all here. There's the guys that didn't get the starting nod today. Wagner, Carey, Clark, Beckley, Parker, Trainer, Kiner, Paul Wayner, Manny Sanguian. I mean, this is a crazy, crazy set. So I'll zip it up, and you got whoever wants it, you'll have it. All right, Ernie Banks leading things off here. Ernie's way over here. You guys don't mind if I just fix the ballpark here really quickly? Yeah. I just don't like that the batter's like way over there. So let's whoops, let's not do it that way. Let's do it that way. Move the left-handed batter in, and I think that would be better. There, Ernie Banks now is actually closer to the box. All right, Ernie Banks, 313 average, 47 home runs, 129 runs batted in. Let's play two. Wilbur Cooper deals 0-1 pitch, and Banks grounder pass short into left field under the glove of Arky Vaughan. So Ernie Banks is aboard. Brings up Dave Kong Kingman. 288 average, 48 dingers, 115 runs batted in. Cooper deals 1-1 pitch. Kingman sends this high and deep to left. Stargell back, and he has it. So Kingman made a lot of noise in that ball, but a sound and fury signifying nothing. Here's John Clarkson, good hitting pitcher, 216 average for him, 4 home runs and 32 ribbies. Cooper deals to Clarkson. Clarkson swings on this. High fly ball to left. Is it deep enough? Nope. Stargell leaps and makes the grab against the ivy. So a lot of buccos may have to see chiropractors after this ball game, as there's no padding behind that ivy. We're pretending we're playing in a very older Wrigley Field before the renovations. All right, we're back at the top of the order. Camp Anson is 0 for 1, grounded to first. Wilbur Cooper studies the signs from Jason Kendall. Ernie Banks aboard at first, 2 down. Here's the pitch. 0-1 pitch. This one lined hard into the corner in left field. Banks is going to come around and score. Stargell hits the cutoff man to prevent Anson from moving to third. So the tie is short-lived here, as in the bottom of the second, the Cubbies go ahead 2-1. So settle in. I don't think this is going to be a very neat ball game at all. All right, Billy Herman now, Cub second baseman, flew out to very deep left center. So a lot of these hits coming off the bats of these Cubs from Cooper's pitches are going a long way. So Pittsburgh going to keep a short leash on Cooper. Here's the pitch. Fly ball out to left field. Stargell backpedals and makes the grab. So the Cubs pick up a run on 2 hits, no errors, 2 complete here at the friendly confines. It's the Cubs 2 and the Pirates 1. And thanks for joining us here on this Super Bowl goofiness that we're doing. All right, we're back at the top of the order for Pittsburgh now. So it'll be Arky Vaughan, Lloyd Wayner, and Roberto Clemente. So Arky Vaughan popped to third back in the first. Hartnett sets up the target for John Clarkson. 1-2 pitch, and Vaughan just does get a piece of it. Goes the opposite way, but fouled. Vaughan back in the box. The 1-2 pitch, straightens it out. Fly ball out to sort of deep right field, but Sammy Sosa has it under control. 1 up and 1 down. Bucco center fielder Lloyd Wayner struck out last time up. Clarkson brings an 0-1 pitch, and hard hit ball into left field past Banks, and Kingman cannot handle the ball, so score that a single and an E7. And the Buccos now have potential tying run in scoring position. Roberto Clemente, 1 for 1. Roberto Clemente being featured in a new project by Tim. Clemente's Road to 3,000 in 1972 using strat cards and dice. All right, Clarkson brings it to Clemente. Clemente up the middle, but Banks, great stop, ranging to his left, makes the grab on the play. Wayner will move to third. And that brings up Willie Stargell, who's 0 for 1. Stargell flew out to shallow center last time. Willie wanting to tie it up right here. Clarkson brings it from the stretch. This won't do it. Fly ball, medium deep, right field. Sosa to his right makes the grab for the Bucks. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. We go to the bottom of the third. The Cubs lead the Pirates 2-1. Wilbur Cooper will face Hack Wilson, Sammy Sosa, and Gabby Hartnett. And there is Aaron Reed. He says, greetings, fellas. Welcome back, Aaron. Aaron's been in all 3 of these parts today, all 3 acts, if you will. Hack Wilson, 1 for 1 in the game. Wilson with a big double back out in the right field gap there. Swung on, fly ball center field, Little Poison back. Little Poison has it. Excellent play, leaping grab against the wall. So they're giving it a long ride here. Cubbies with a 2-1 lead right now. 2-1. That's double the score of the football game on television. So this is a low-scoring affair, is it? That's on the Stupor Bowl. Sammy Sosa 1 for 1. RBI single that scored Hack Wilson back in the first, giving the Cubs an early 1-0 lead. Cooper deals. 0-2 pitch. Sammy Sosa. Strike 3 called on a fastball. So nice pitch by Cooper there, just hitting the inside corner. Gabby Hartnett 1 for 1, single to center. So the Cubs also leading the Pirates in hits 5-4. Cooper brings it, 2-0 pitch, pop behind the chute, and it's Jason Kendall. So the Cubs go 1-2-3. We'll head to the top of the 4th inning. Cubs lead the Pirates 2-1. You love this game. It's right from the dead ball era. Aaron says that this Stupor Bowl is a snooze fest. Well, I hope the commercials are fun. I hope the commercials are fun, guys. All right, back to action, or back to action PC. George Grantham, 0 for 1. Grantham flew out deep down the right field line. Clarkson winds and deals 1-2 pitch and swing and a miss on a curveball. And down goes George Grantham. Down goes Frazier. John Clarkson played with a multiple home run champion. Who was he? Cousin Ken Castro, welcome back. All right, so, I got to think Roger Connor, perhaps? Would that be the answer? Aaron says he's not even watching it. He's watching this stream, and he's got both the Olympics on in the background. Women's ice hockey. All right, cool. All right, Kendall struck out back in a second. Jason Kendall, Jason Thomas, Frank Thomas. Jason Thompson, Frank Thomas. Good God, good thing I'm not a broadcaster. So, no, it was not Roger Connor. Uh-oh. All right. Got to think here. 19th century thinking caps here, I think. Clarkson deals to Kendall. 0-1 pitch. Scorched to right. This one gets past Sosa, and Kendall's going to go for 2. Wilson has the ball. Kendall going for 3. The tag by Santo. Not in time. Jason Kendall with a 1-out triple. Oh, my goodness. All right. Here's Jason Thompson. He is 1 for 1. Solo shot that had tied this game briefly in the top of the 2nd inning. Sorry, when he was with the awful Ruby Redlegs. Ugh. All right, I'm thinking. You know, just try to get it before if the professor returns. It's only 9:20 here on the East Coast. Reminder for tomorrow, I'm one of those guys that I do like to talk about other people's channels. RGL Network, 8 p.m. will be the 1980 All-Star Game using Inside Pitch Advanced. And if I wouldn't say advanced, Robert would come up from Florida and beat me up. All right, Jason Kendall with the 1-out triple, 90 feet away. Jason Thompson trying to put it in play to tie it up. Here's the pitch, first pitch swinging. Jason Thompson will have an RBI single as this will get down in front of Sammy Sosa in right field. Bucks tied up here in the top of the 4th. It is 2-2. Frank Thomas, 1 for 1, doubled back in the 2nd. So Paul Fay's Cubs and my Pittsburgh Pirates tangling here at Wrigley Field. Then the next game, if we get to it, will be at Forbes. Clarkson deals 1-1 pitch. Thompson was off with the pitch. Banks up with it. Over to Anson in plenty of time. And on the play, Jason Thompson will move to 2nd. Runner in scoring position once again for Wilbur Cooper, grounded to 2nd. Last time up. 2-1 pitch. RBI for Wilbur Cooper. This one hit out to right over Billy Herman and gets down on the bounce for Sammy Sosa. And the Pirates take the lead in this game for the first time. It's 3-2. Back at the top of the order. Archie Vaughn manning shortstop today, given Hannes. Let him hang out on the pine for a little bit. He's sitting there and he's talking to Pie Trainer as they trade baseball stories, and I'm sure Joe Garagiola is somewhere wishing he had a tape recorder if Garagiola was on the team. Just go with me here, folks. Aaron missed the APA game. Yeah, so the reason with the APA game is because I put my computer on lock, but with this kind of monitor setup that I have, dual monitor setup, when I locked it, it actually kept this part on, but not the shared screen. And I was downstairs heating up fettuccine and stuff like that, and came up. I'm like, oh shit. So sorry about that. It was a good game too. Walter Johnson versus Eddie Plank. Good game, but it was not a wasn't a pitcher's duel by any stretch of the imagination. There were like 5 home runs in that game. So we'll probably do another APA game tonight later, or a baseball quiz, or depends. We'll just hang out with Tim all night. I don't know. Hanging out with Tim is fun. All right, so Arky Vaughn flew out to deep right last time up. He's nothing for 2. Wilbur Cooper at first. RBI helping his own cause. Clarkson brings it home, and this one scorched to center. Line drive. Hack Wilson spears it. That was a missile. But the Pirates pick up 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors. Bottom of the 4th here at Wrigley Field. The Pirates 3 and the Cubbies 2. Tim is a blast. He is. He's great. Smart dude. There he is. Spent the afternoon, says the professor, watching the golf tournament, watching some pretty good 5,000-meter speed skating, and now he has Swiffer shooting between Italy and Great Britain. All right. I can't root for either. I like both. All right, here's Ron Santo. Popped a short last time. Dangerous bat. Buccos need to watch him. Cooper with the 1-0 pitch. Fly ball into shallow left. Stargell ranges in, makes the grab. 1 up, 1 down, and here is Ernie Banks. Ernie Banks. I think Ernie Banks and Billy Williams are my favorite Cubs. They're my favorite Cubs. 1 for 1 for Ernie. 1-2 pitch, and Ernie Banks strikes out. This one, fastball on the outside corner. So Cooper settling down a little bit here. Glad to see that. I would call it curling. I would call it, there was some guy who was really, really bored, and his wife had a big-ass rock, and he said, I'm going to roll this down the hill. I want you to sweep the ice out from under it, and there you go. Yeah, but curling's a fun sport. Although it's not as fun as that sport Chris turned us on to today, and I don't remember the name of it, but I'll find it again. Something or other, but can't say the name. Oh my God. Harry Carey, Bob Prince. Oh, how can I imagine the conversation right now in baseball heaven? Tim says it would go something like this. How in the blue hell can only 9 fucking players hit 300 for a season? Also, what is going on? The pitchers only go 5 innings. So both of those guys were known for their, let's say, plain speech, and I think Tim nailed it right on the head. Okay, Buzkashi. There we go. We're gonna watch some Buzkashi in a bit too, because Buzkashi. Because I told a friend about it, and I'm like, so dude, what do you think they use as a ball? He's coming up with things he thought was weird. I said, no, man, a dead goat. He said, what? So, oh my God. As Clinton enjoyed that, he says, thank you, Tribe fan, for that. That was good stuff. Dave Kingman, 0 for 1, batting with 2 down here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Flew out to very deep left. Cooper has the sign from Kendall. Here's the delivery, 0-1 pitch, and this one lined right to Arky Vaughn, and that'll do it for the Cubos. No runs, hits, or errors. 4 in the books here in the friendly confines. It's the Pirates 3 and the Cubs 2. Winds picking up here out to right center field, now at 27 miles per hour. As Lloyd Wainer steps in, Bucco lead, or batting in the number 2 slot, I should say. So the 2-3-4 hitters do up. Lloyd Wainer, Roberto Clemente, Willie Stargell. Line drive single back into third for Wainer, so 1 for 2. Clarkson, 1-2 pitch, and Lloyd Wainer cuts and misses on the curve. So John Clarkson now has struck out 4 Pirates. Roberto Clemente, 1 for 2. The pitch, 1-0 by Clemente. Bouncing ground ball to Billy Herman. Underhand toss to Cap Anson for the 4-3 putout. 2 Pirates up, 2 Pirates down. They have a lot to say about the new rules of the game. Yes. Harry would probably say, yeah, I couldn't get to my 5th beer because the game goes so quickly. Stargell 1 for 2 now in the box. Here's the pitch. Willie Stargell walked on 4 straight pitches. We're not even going to bother to check for steals for Willie Stargell here. Game so fast nowadays, Harry. I wonder what Harry would think about the Ghost Runner. I'd love to know what Harry Carey and Bob Prince, what the Gunner and Harry Carey would say. And we're going to be hearing neither of them, but we will hear Mel Allen maybe later this evening as well. We'll see how long people want to hang in. George Grantham, 0 for 2. Runner on first for the Bucks, 2 down, 3-2 Pirate lead here in the top of the 5th inning. Clarkson deals, Grantham swings, this one ripped to center, and coming around to score is Willie Stargell. So RBI double for Grantham, and not related to Lord Grantham of Downton Abbey, but the Buccos pick up another run and add a little insurance. It's 4-2 Pittsburgh here in Game 1 of the Beatles Eternally Paul Fay rivalry game series or something. So Tribe says that they finally have a touchdown in that other game going on. Cool. So we'll have to get Aaron on to actually say that line, but he says, why the hell is there a man on second in the top of the 10th? What did he do to get there? Holy cow. So a fun thing I was showing the other night about Don Broff baseball is you can really go in and mess with rules in that. If you were playing that Ghost Runner stuff, Ken Castro, we still haven't answered Ken Castro's trivia question either. And I don't mean the royal we, I mean any of us, is you could have your Ghost Runner on first or even third if you wanted. Wouldn't that make people have a bloody aneurysm? I don't know, man. Jason Kendall is 1 for 2. He roped one to right center last time up. Clarkson lets it go. 0-2 pitch. And Kendall's going to base hit past Ernie Banks into left and into scores George Grantham. And here comes the Pirates doing some Lumber Company action. 5-2 Pirates in the top of the 5th. Rare Pirate game on this channel, but here we go. Oh my God, Lip Pike. I wasn't even close. I said Roger Connor. So Lip Pike. Cousin, we got to get a 19th century baseball game up for you here tonight. So maybe before we get to Tim, because it'll be a nice segue, we'll go back to Strat Max, and we're going to pick 2 teams from the 19th century, and let's give Strat a test on 19th century baseball, Ken. And if you're still here, you get to pick the teams, all right? And I know one of them is going to be the Providence Grays. So, right? I've never seen anybody do a 19th century cards and dice. No, I correct myself. Dave Gardner, 1899 Spiders. So there's never been a shutout in Super Bowl history, says John. Jason Thompson, perfect 2 for 2 today. RBI, or a solo homer, I'm sorry, back in the 2nd, and then the RBI single in the 4th. All right, he says to Ken, hope you're staying warm in Rhode Island tonight. So the winds have stopped here in Pennsylvania. If they haven't stopped in New England, they will soon, guys. It's actually tolerable again here. And we're supposed to get up in the 30s tomorrow, so I'm looking for chicks in bikinis, to say the least. Luckily, Ballstat has the option of putting a Ghost Runner in place, making your modern baseball seamless. Oh, my God. What am I going to do with this guy? What are we going to do with this guy? I'm going to put it up there so everybody can see that. This is a man that would have shuddered to see anything after 1919. And he is playing 2020 baseball with a Ghost Runner and Appaguy even playing Strat. This is why this man's the heart and soul of this channel, because he is chaos embodied. Chaos incarnate. All right, 1894 Orioles, 1884 Providence Grays. Let's do it, man. We'll do it in Strat right after this game. All right, here we go. Here's the pitch to Jason Thompson. Jason Kendall on at first. 1-1 pitch. Thompson grounded deep to second, and Billy Herman will go to Ernie Banks for out number 3. But the Pirates pick up 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors. And we head down to the bottom of the 5th inning here at Wrigley Field. The Pirates lead the Cubs 5-2. Beautiful day here in Chicago. So it's 11 degrees, blowing through oil like crazy. Stay warm. Have the for Rhode Island and Maine, guys, have the winds stopped yet? They have here. Thank God, thank God. So Clinton Park says, I wouldn't use ghost runners on a bet. He still has his 1871 and status pro. John Clarkson due up here. It would be Clarkson, Anson, and Herman for the Northsiders. He gave it a ride to very deep left center last time up, did Mr. Clarkson. Wilbur Cooper deals 0-2 pitch, and Clarkson looks at one in the outside corner, does not move the hickory. Fastball, and that's an out. Wilbur Cooper now has 3 strikeouts on this game. All right, back at the top of the order for Cap Anson, known as Baby, then Cap, then Pops in his career. Last time up had an RBI double that scored Ernie Banks, giving the Cubs a short-lived lead of 2-1. The pitch to Anson, the 2-0, popped up high towards second. Grantham ranging over to his right, calling off Vaughn, and has it for out number 2. So it's 12 up there in Westbrook. Guys, you know it's been cold when temperatures are going to get into the 30s and it feels nice. It was so brutal. Yesterday was beyond bad, but even today I was filling up my my female friend's gas tank, we'll put it that way, and I'm standing out there in the cold, and I'm like, this is taking forever. It was awful, and it was the same speed, but I do think there's some sort of temporal anomaly or distortion when you've got that awful cold weather going on. Let me just check the play screen and make sure everything's looking good there. It is. All right, nice. Wind is about 9. Okay. So you're going to be in Saratoga next weekend, romantic Italian dinner with a hot Bronx chickie, and no, not Stacey Dash. Whoa. Filling her gas tank outdoors, you kinky bastard. Someone's got to do it, Clinton. Someone has got to do it. Fill it right up. But, man, Legends coming back in. So Seattle 19, New England nothing, and America's real excessive consumerism pastime bowl. Carry on. And again, I say, bite me, man. Nah, we appreciate you, Legends. Oh, my God. Legend Sports Universe. So this is but you know what? A lot of Steelers fans, because I know a lot of Steelers fans that hate the New England Patriots, and they're going to be very, very happy if Seattle holds on and wins. And come on, Seattle Mariners, only franchise to never be in the World Series. The Seahawks need to bring a championship home to Seattle. Yep. Oh, I know. I know you're not, Professor. I know. You're not going to let me get away with that. All right, 2 down. So we have something else in common, though, there, Clinton, as far as the chickies go. So mine is also a New York City chick, and she's Cuban Jamaican, and you know what that means. Whew, I got to sleep with both eyes open. Dangerous temper. Billy Herman is nothing for 2. He's flown out twice in this game. Cooper brings a 2-2 pitch. This will be a base hit into right field past Jason Thompson. Herman thought about second, but holds right there. Hack Wilson 1 for 2 with a double. Cooper brings it home, 3-1 pitch. Cooper loses him. So 2 Cubbies on, and a potential tying run comes to the plate in the personage of Sammy Sosa. So Cooper today, that's his first walk to accompany the 3 strikeouts. 1-1 pitch. This one will stay in the park. Shallow left. Stargell has it. Inning over. We go to the top of the 6th. Pirates lead the Cubs 5-2. And we will see Frank Thomas, Wilbur Cooper, and Archie Vaughn get a chance to listen to Gina Britton, funny lady from the South Bronx. So the girl I'm seeing, her first name is Gina. So this is getting spooky. It's getting spooky. All right, double and a ground out for the original ouchie Frank Thomas, as Tim said. Clarkson deals 0-2 pitch, and Frank Thomas not able to get around that one, in there at the knees for one away. Nice fastball there by Clarkson. Wilbur Cooper 1 for 2. RBI single back in the fourth. 1-0 pitch. Tapper back to the mound. Clarkson off the bump to his left. Underhand pass there. What do you call those? A lateral in football? To Cap Anson for the 1-3 put out. We made cheerleaders earlier, and we made a Super Bowl commercial. So we're fine with American consumerism here. Archie Vaughn is 0-for-3 back at the top of the order, and we are going to make a change. Not because Archie Vaughn is a bad dude, but because we want to bring in that other shortstop. So Hannes Wagner will come in to pinch hit, and he will stay in the game, and he will play shortstop. Wagner, .354 average, 10 home runs, 109 runs batted in. Clarkson deals 1-2 pitch. Wagner clubs this to deep left. This one off the top of the wall. Kingman has it and gets the ball in fast. Has to fire an absolute strike to Sando to stop the speedy Flying Dutchman from going to third. So first double there for Hannes Wagner. So 2 down, runner in scoring position, and here's Lloyd Wainer. Here's the pitch to Mr. Wainer. Fly ball to center field. Let's score that one 8-8, and that is all for the Pittsburgh Pirates. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. The Pirates lead the Cubs 5-2, and Hannes Wagner will indeed stay in this game and play shortstop. All right, here we go. God, Beans, you'll let any bum ball player play. What do you do? Play for Allegheny and you had pity? All right, the professor's in rare form tonight, man. I love it. Aaron says, I've had Appa on low-key in the background all day playing 1975. The Orioles versus the White Sox. I want to thank Aaron once again after I went through all this crazy stuff last weekend. Monday, Aaron so kindly took the time out to help me for the workaround for the getting these seasons back in into Baseball for Windows. Thank you so much, brother. Oh, yeah. I can't do the things like you do, man. So why do I even try? Yeah, I know. I let a bum in here like Wagner. All right. He is a bum. What a scrub, huh? Jeez, this guy. Gabby Harton is 1 for 2. Last time he popped out to Jason Kendall. Wilbur Cooper deals 2-1 pitch. Pop back behind the plate. Kendall throws off the mask and makes the catch. So I think Gabby Harton is making it a habit to just pop out to his opposite number. Here's Ron Santo, and I will always say it took too damn long to get him in the Hall of Fame. Santo is 0-for-2. He's popped out and flown out. Cooper deals. First pitch swinging. Long fly ball center field. Lloyd Wainer galloping hard to his right and makes the grab at the edge of the track. 2 up, 2 down for Chicago here in the bottom of the 6th. And here is Mr. Ernie Banks. Let's play 2 and giving the moniker to this beautiful cathedral, the Friendly Confines. 1-2 pitch by Banks. This one lined to third. Frank Thomas has that BB with no problem. So the Cubbies go down 1-2-3. We head to the top of the 7th. The Pirates with a 5-2 lead. It'll be Roberto Clemente, Willie Stargell, and George Grantham. Clemente's hit was a single back in the first. Clarkson thus far with 5 strikeouts, just 1 walk. Has given up 10 hits, including a home run. And Clemente, strike 3, in at the knees. So let's correct that. John Clarkson now has fanned 6. Next game up, don't mention it. I've mentioned it many times and will continue to do so. Glad you could help. Always here to help. I know you are, brother. Thank you. I actually called Aaron on Discord. I'm like, I'm not going to type all this out. And Aaron took care of me, man. He's like, first thing, he's like, all right, calm down. He was like so chill. I should have talked to him a little earlier. I don't know why Billy Herman's playing so damn deep out there. We're going to fix that right now, too. Billy, come in here. There you go. That's better. All right. Billy, I didn't move him to the right enough, did I? I don't care. Actually, I do. I'm very OCD about that. All right, here we go. Here's the pitch to Willie Stargell with one out. Fly ball, right field. Sosa back, and he's got it. 2 up, 2 down. So Clarkson looking for a 1-2-3 inning as well. And George Grantham last time with a double to left center that scored Willie Stargell. Here's the pitch, 3-1. Clarkson loses him. Grantham trots down the first. Next game after this, Stratmax, the 1894 Orioles against whoever Ken Castro wants to put up the first triple of the game. So this is an exhibition that I'm doing this as Clinton, because to try to find when these two teams would be meeting up in a season would be insane. It's only because Leyland needed a cigarette, right? So, yeah, because Aaron Reed, to that, says, I listened to a clip of a Cubs game from 93. It was versus the Bucks at Wrigley. There was a bench-clearing brawl, and Jim Leyland got ejected for arguing. Yeah, it was always funny to watch Jim Leyland trying to sneak a cig on national TV. And as a sleight of hand person, I always had to laugh. It's like, Jim, somebody's got to teach you how to thumb palm, man. Because he's like holding it, like cupping it, like, come on, really? Jimmy Leyland, Hall of Fame manager, though. He deserves it. He could keep Barry Bonds in line, that was for sure. So Jason Kendall with an RBI single that scored George Grantham back in the 5th. And that made the score 5-2 Buccos. Clarkson deals. Grantham on at first. 5 steals in whatever damn season this is. I have no idea. 2-0 pitch up the middle, base hit. Grantham goes for 3, and he is in there standing. So 3rd hit for the Bucco catcher today, and brings up Jason Thompson. So Jason Thompson has had a good day at the plate, 2 for 3, including 2 RBI, a home run and an RBI single. Steve Tate's 5-year team, does that include every player for those 5 years, or was it restricted? We'll look at the rosters. And you'll be able to see, because this is actually over that 5 years. I don't think Steve did any sort of outlier things, if I remember correctly, Clinton. But we'll switch it up and look before we jump into Strat Max. Here's the pitch to Thompson. Thompson, base hit to right. Here come the Buccos again. George Grantham will come in to score in the Jason Thompson single. Jason Thompson, if the Pirates win this one, in line to possibly be player of the game. 6-2 Pirates now over the Cubs in the top of the 7th. 2 down, and here's Frank Thomas. He is 1 for 3. Harton it out to have a quick word with Clarkson. Now back behind the dish. Here's the pitch, and Thomas blasts this one to right field. Aunt Minnie doesn't have to open the window. This one is off the chimney. A 3-run bomb by Frank Thomas, and the Pirates now leading the Cubbies 9-2, and Ted Abernathy will come on to pitch for the Pirates. Holy Moses, what a hit. What a shot that was by Frank Thomas. All right, Ted Abernathy, a 2.57 earned run average for him, 4 wins, 6 losses, 31 saves for him. And brings up Wilbur Cooper, has a hit in this game. We're going to let him in there, of course. And wrap to third. Santo across the diamond. Close play at first, but they get Wilbur Cooper. 7th inning, stretch time at Wrigley Field. The Pirates lead this one 9-2. And I'll be right back. And we're back. And I know that Paul was 7 hours ahead. 4:46 a.m. in Cyprus. So Paul's either lurking and saying, ooh, maybe I shouldn't have said those bad things about the Pirates, or he's sleeping. Either way, Paul, this one's for you, courtesy of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Thus far, still got a lot of baseball to play, though. All right, Dave Kingman. And then we'll probably see a pinch hitter for Ted Abernathy, one would think. And then Cap Anson. All right, Wilbur Cooper right now at 70 pitches. Expected pitch count of 145. So one of those nice improvements of many improvements of Action PC Baseball this year, that you used to have to just mouse over the pitcher here to see his pitch count, but now it's up here in his display, and also you can see everything that he's doing there in the lineup card, which is really nice. But I love this new scoreboard. Just love it, man. All right. Enough of that. Wilbur Cooper deals 0-2 pitch to Kingman. Base hit past Wagner into left field. Kingman aboard. And Ted Abernathy will not pitch. Heidi Zimmerman, and it's gone. No, it's not. Paul Waiter making another great catch out there in center field. Holy holies, man. All right. And here comes Cap Anson now batting with one away. RBI double back in the second. And Anson sends this one high and deep-ish to left, but down into the able glove of Wilver Dornell Stargell. It's 2 down. Here's Billy Herman. Billy Herman, 1 for 3. Cooper brings it. 1-2 pitch. And that'll do it for the Cubbies here in the 7th. And Lee Smith will now come on to pitch for the Chicago Cubs. And what can you say about this guy? What a great pitcher, even with 29 saves, a 1.65 earned run average for Lee Smith. So again, this roster set was one I found a long time ago that was created by Richard Dombrowski, Mr. Dombrov Baseball. And these are the largest rosters I've ever seen in an all-time greats franchise set for any baseball game I've ever played. These look like they're like 40-man rosters or something. They're huge. All right, Hannes Wagner came in as a pinch hitter, stayed in to play short, and Hannes promptly came in and had a double. Lee Smith deals, and the Flying Dutchman is aboard here in the top of the 8th inning. All right, here's Lloyd Wainer. I'm sorry, Lloyd. Jeez, Lloyd Wainer 1 for 4. Smith deals. And this one bounded to Banks. Banks' only play will be to first, and they do just get Lloyd Wainer. On the play, Hannes Wagner moves into scoring position, and here's Clemente. He is 1 for 4. And on a 3-2 pitch, down goes Roberto Clemente. So Lee Smith making short work of the great one, and here's Willie Stargell. Stargell, nothing for 3, and surprise, surprise, we're making a change, but nothing too, fancy. It's just going to be one left fielder for another. Mr. Ralph Kiner is going to come in. So Willie Stargell, go ahead and take a break. All right. So Kiner in the box now. I'd like to get my buccos in here. Here's the pitch. And Wagner started, and this one all the way to the backstop. Wild pitch as Lee Smith kind of went home, realized in mid-pitch that Wagner was on his way to third, and this one gets all the way to the backstop by Hartnett, and this had some smoke on it, guys. 98-mile-an-hour fastball. All right, Wagner 90 feet away, potential 10th run for the Pirates. Kiner back in the box. Here's the pitch, and Lee Smith will lose Ralph Kiner. So runners at first and third, Kiner at first, Wagner at third, brings up George Grantham, who is 1 for 3. RBI double in this game. Grantham shoots this one deep to second. Billy Herman can't hold on to the ball. Wagner will score the 10th run, score that one in E4. And here's Jason Kendall Jason Kendall has had 3 hits today. So after striking out, has a triple, has an RBI single, and then another just regular good old single, 2 on for the Bucks. Kiner at second, Grantham trailing him at first. And here is the pitch from Lee Smith. 3-1 pitch, hard hit ground ball into left field. Coming home to score is Ralph Kiner. And it's looking ugly now. It's 11-2 Pirates, and Jason Kendall with his 4th hit of the day. So both Jasons bringing it here. Jason Thompson is 3 for 4. RBI single that scored George Grantham last time. From the stretch, and that's a strikeout. What a throaty roar going up here at Wrigley Field. But 2 more runs for the Pirates on the hit. There was an error. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. The Pirates lead the Cubs 11-2. And it will be Hack Wilson, Sammy Sosa, and Gabby Hartnett in a very quiet Wrigley Field. Let me pop these comments out again. Boop. There we go. All right. This makes life so much easier. Come on. Come on, come on. There we go. All right. Yeah, this game just got out of hand. How about it? What's this? Harry mentioned that Lane was trying to curve the smoking habit. That's good stuff. Fans are springing for the exits, says color man Aaron Reed. All right, here we go. Cooper deals 1-1 pitch, and this one liner into right, and this is going to get down short hop for Ralph Kiner. So Hack Wilson aboard, 8th hit for the Cubbies in this game. Here's Sammy Sosa. He is 1 for 3. Sammy last time, shallow fly ball out to left. 0-2 pitch, and fastball by Wilbur Cooper. Big swing and a miss by Sammy. A little off-speed action there by Wilbur Cooper for out number 1. Here is Gabby Hartnett. He has popped a catcher twice in this game. 1 for 3 overall. Cooper deals, and Gabby is going to look at one on the inside corner. Strike 3. So Wilbur Cooper now has fanned 6 Cubbies. Ron Santo, nothing for 3. 1-2 pitch, and Santo absolutely fooled on that one. So that's a curveball hitting the inside of the black. Strike 3. We go to the top of the 9th, and it will be Frank Thomas, Wilbur Cooper, and Hannes Wagner due up for the Bucks. When we get to the Cubs 9th, we'll see Banks, Kingman, and a pinch hitter for Lee Smith. Frank Thomas, 2 for 4, responsible for 3 of these 11 Pirate runs today. 1-2 pitch, fly ball to deep center field. Wilson has it at the track. 1 away. So very near that apartment that Hack Wilson used to live in the offseason. Did some groundkeeping duties and maintenance around Wrigley Field. Wilbur Cooper, we are going to let him bat. Swung on, fly ball, very shallow right field. Sammy Sosa has it out, number 2. And back at the top of the order, here's the Flying Dutchman. Flying Dutchman is 1 for 1 and a walk. Fly ball center field, and it's the Hack Wilson show. All right, that does it for the Buccos. We go to the bottom of the 9th here, and so Robert always says about 9th inning magic. I'm going to say, are we going to see some like absolutely black magic sorcery here, or something from the 10th circle of hell? Because that's the infernal kind of wizardry that these Cubbies need. Down 9 runs, but here we go. Here's Ernie Banks. Wilbur Cooper still looking strong. Drop third strike by Jason Kendall. Quick fire down to Jason Thompson for the 2-3 put out. 1 up, 1 down. Here's Dave Kingman. Dave Kingman goes down on strikes. Swing and a miss. So 2 down. Wilbur Cooper. Who's he going to pitch to? It's going to be Bad Bill Dolan. And look out, Bad Bill Dolan playing for the Cubbies here. I don't know if there's any doppelgangers on here, by the way. There might be. So I wouldn't be surprised if Bad Bill's also playing elsewhere. But this is fun for just exhibition games. Wasn't there an happy game in 1911 I did where the Tigers came all the way back from being 8 down? Yes, I did. I did do that. That was a crazy game, that 1911 thing, which now I have to somehow get from one computer to another, because that's too bad, that 1911. Starting everything over. What can you say? Cap Anson 1 for 4. Wilbur Cooper deals. Base hit, left field, and going to third is Bill Dolan. Hot Wheels says, looks like you've been busy today. Indeed. Let the organist play here for a moment. We get your comment, man. So yeah, so update on your 1982 season. The Brewers within 2 games of Baltimore heading into September after being 13 back. Oh man, that's great managing on your part. And man, you got to get a mic. You got to be doing, or you got to get a mic. You got to be doing some baseball. So welcome in. So we have 2 folks in here that come in here, Hot Wheels and Nathaniel, both Milwaukee Brewers fans. So I promised them I'll do more Brewers baseball on here. Shocking from a Pirate fan, I know, but there you go. All right, here's Billy Herman now. 1 for 4. Are the Cubs starting to mount a comeback? Rally caps on for the 400 people left here at Wrigley. Here's the pitch. That's your ball game. Buccos win this one 11-2. Do we even? Nah, we don't. All right, so 11-14-0 for the Bucks, and 2-9-2 for the Cubbies. And because this was an exhibition game, the game is not going to give us a player of the game. So we're going to say that the Pittsburgh Pirates were the players of the game. There we go. Get that out of the way. All right, so Clinton had a question about Steve Tate's 5-year franchise files. So let's have a look at those. I want to find the National League ones. I guess it doesn't matter. Let's use American League. Okay, save. And there we go. So Clinton's question was back. Past Gina Britton, past the 9-mile-per-hour winds. Trying to save him some typing here. It's a question about complete or outliers or something. Let me see. Sweet baby Jabus. Where is it? There. No, that's not it either. Something about bum players, Leyland cigarettes. Oh, there it is. I have a question. Steve Tate's 5-year teams. Does that include every player for those 5 years, or was it restricted? Gotcha. So what this is the let's see. So pick a roster here, Clinton, and you'll be able to tell me. So let's look at, or you can pick a team, or I can pick. It doesn't matter. Let's look at the Yankees of 19. No, you're a Boston fan. Let's look at the Boston Red Sox, 1975 to 1979. Detroit would do. All right, we can do that too. Detroit. We got many Detroits here, so let's take this one. There, Tiger's a little bit easier to read. Okay, so basically, so these aren't DK Sports data. So Steve did every single player in this mammoth, huge thing. So these are the players that played for the Tigers from between 1978 and 1968 and 72, and so obviously you're going to have some Dalton. Dalton. There's actually Dalton Jones. There's going to be some doppelgangers in this thing altogether. So this was originally for winning franchises, but then Steve had realized that you had players like, like Ralph Kiner, so great players that played for some bad teams. So he added to those for both American and National League. Maybe easier to look at the pitchers, perhaps. So Daryl Patterson, Don McMahon. Blah, blah, blah. No, good representation. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, these are fun. These are fun. They're so much fun. I've never actually, these are good for creating a season, creating draft leagues. Um, how could you ever, oof, pretty nasty. No, no complaints. Now, this is great, and it's free. It is free. Can't thank Steve enough for this set. Have so much fun with this one. There's 90 plus teams in the American League and 90 plus in the National League. And just, this is incredible. And again, these were all done by hand. Every single team here, all done by hand. All right. So we're going to go to Strat Max next, I guess. So I'm going to end the screen share. So that way, when we can get Tim on, we won't have any bouncy sound or anything like that. So we don't want that. No bouncy sound when we have the great Trod fan on. Clee Baseball Fan 879. I like saying that. Clee Baseball Fan 879. Oh, got an email and didn't even realize it. I missed a message in the Ned McGreevy League. Well, that's because I've been in here all the time. So, but that's okay. All right. So we're going to try something fun here. We're going to try some 19th century baseball in Strat Max. So, how's about that, man? That should be pretty fun. I think it'll be fun. So, let's get her done. Set up. Never estimate the power of the green weenie. Referring to, of course, that little trademark logo thing of Heinz Company. Entire screen. So Strat once again getting on the show. Let's pop out the comments. Hello, there we go. Okay, so Clinton mentioned these 1894 Baltimore Orioles. So we're going to make them any two teams in baseball history. If I'm going to do Strat Max next, then you have to come on another times. You have to be up about 4:15. Well, no, then come on now. Come on now, man. This can wait. Okay. So, guys, let's get Tim on here for a little bit. Didn't realize he had to be up at 4:15. Don't want to keep him. So, Tim, let me copy this and get you on here. Appreciate you wanting to come on for a bit, man. All right, and boom, and there we go. As we wait for Tim to come on, and we'll figure out what we're going to do at this stage of the game. Let me pop out these comments again. Well, after when Tim comes on, I'll pop out the comments right there. We go. And boom. How you doing, Tim?
Oh, I'm doing okay. How about you?
Nice and no echoes.
All right. Let's see how we can do this here.
Yep.
I believe I have to share my screen here.
Mm-hmm.
Let me do that again. Share that one.
And you want to make sure you have YouTube muted, I think.
Yep. That's already occurred now. Do I want to mute this little EV Mux or do I have to?
I can still hear you.
All right, but what's going to happen if I guess I have to keep shut if I want to play this game? Then, right?
You should be okay.
Right. No problem.
All right, let's give it a go. Okay, it's showing for everybody well on the screen. On the stream, it should be.
Well, then I can make this bigger.
Yes. All right, so what are we looking at here today, Tim?
We have a game between Don Sutton and Tom Seaver from my 1971 Tom Seaver replay.
All right, let's make sure everybody can hear Tim. Guys, just give me a yes if you can hear Tim, please. Please. Somebody, anybody except Tim. I don't, because if he says yes, that makes no sense. Because we got to make sure that you guys can hear him. because I can hear him just fine. All right. So 6 second delay. I hate the 6 second delay. It makes me
And by the
very
way, this
sad.
game will be an advanced, not super advanced.
Advanced? Okay. All right.
But I don't think I show any of the charts. So, and plus, also, this is before I decided to turn the camera the other way, but you can still see the cards pretty good.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I really like that you do this, man. This is a lot of fun. We haven't done this in a little while. Can we get a yes out there? Because I know y'all can hear me, but y'all got to
And
be able to hear Tim. Because if you can hear Tim, then you'll be able to also hear. Um, these guys are being really quiet. I'm gonna give them an arse kicking.
if not, I think we maybe should just get this started. It's a shorter game.
Okay, let's go for it.
Hello, everybody. This is Tim from TriFan879, and today is start number 14 in the 1971 Tom Seaver Stratomatic Advanced replay of his starts. And today, the Los Angeles Dodgers will be coming to Shea Stadium, where Tom Seaver will face Don Sutton. And leading off for the Dodgers is Maury Wills. And 6-6, that's against the lefty. Line drive just past Ed Kranepool, and Maury Wills leads off with a single. And they will hold on Wills because of him being a beast stealer. And here is Willie Crawford. The infield will be normal. Catcher X Grody is a 113 maybe in range, and it is. It's a ground ball right in front of the plate. He throws to second for one, but will not get Crawford. We'll call that a 2-6 on the fielder's choice. One down, and here's Willie Davis, the center fielder. And a 4-4 against the lefty is a fly ball center field. Coming in is Hahn. He will make the play, 2 down. And here is Dick Allen. 3-5, and that's ripped to the gap in center field. Heading for third is Crawford. They weren't holding him on, so 17-19. Hahn is a zero arm. Of course they're going to try for Crawford at the plate. And he is safe. So Dick Allen with an RBI double. And the Dodgers take an early 1-0 lead. And here is Wes Parker, the first baseman. And 6-8 is a swing and a miss, strike 3. And that will retire the side, but not until the Dodgers take a 1-0 lead. Excuse me. And Sutton will face the shortstop, Bud Harrelson.
Tim, can we give it a pause real quick?
Go for it.
I just want to make sure that people are actually hearing this, because I've noticed that numbers here getting a little weird, and I'm wondering if if there's any issues going on. So anybody answer yes if you can hear Tim, if you can see and hear his this is one of his videos that he's doing over here. By the way, while we get an answer, this has a new feature, Tim, where I can set this up at the beginning of a stream when I know that you're going to be on, and you'll be able to just play from right there. You won't have to share your screen. It'll just pick it up. It's really cool.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So anybody left in here? What's going on? 2 more people coming in. I don't know if anybody's hearing a damn thing.
Oh, I see Enzo the Picker says yes.
Okay, I'm not seeing. Oh, there we go. All right, Enzo can see. You can see, hear everything. Welcome in, Enzo. All right, go ahead and kick it off there, Tim. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you had to get up. Go ahead, buddy.
All right. Against a lefty, and that's cut off in the gap. 1-11 would have been a triple, but that's a 14. But Harrelson's on anyways.
Oh damn! Pause it again. I know what's going on. I know what's going on, Tim. I got to stop the share and share it again, because guess what? I have to share your screen sound. I haven't been doing that. Shit. So that means you're not going to be able to. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Yikes. Man, oh man. I'm an Aegis. All right. How do I turn on your sound? How do I do this? Okay, let's remove you from the scene. Let me stop. Let me share a screen, entire screen. I need to get you somehow, so let's cancel that. Add to scene, and I got to make sure that this is getting. I want to make sure that this is getting. Yep, your volume's up. Let's give it a go.
Okay. Him on. Okay. Because Harrelson would be a 1-13 to steal. Okay, so for those that missed something, we'll just recap the first inning. Maury Wills led off with a single, then was thrown out at second on a fielder's choice from Willie Crawford. Then Willie Davis fly ball to center field, and then Dick Allen with a 2-out double brought home Crawford, and then Parker struck out, and then Harrelson led off the bottom of the first with a single. That's all anybody's missed. So now we'll go back to... Here's Ken Boswell, the second baseman. And a 4-4 is a fly ball to shallow right. Coming in is Crawford. He will make the play, and Harrelson goes back to first. And here's Ken Singleton, the right fielder. And he is 6'5", and this time he will not miss the triple split. That goes all the way to the wall and rattles around. Into score is Harrelson, and into third with a triple is Singleton. And the Mets tie it right back up at 1. So runner on third with 1 out. And here is Ed Kranepool. .311 ground ball to short. Ooh, does that score a run? Sorry, I am using super advanced running. I don't like the advanced running here. So ground ball to short. Third. Yep. Wills will get it. He'll throw to first, but in to score from third is Singleton. And the Mets take a 2-1 lead. And here is Art Shamsky, the left fielder. 3-6. Ground ball to first. Parker will take it to the bag himself, and that will retire the side, but not until the Mets respond with a 2 spot in the bottom half. And we go to the second. The Mets lead 2-0, or 2-1, sorry. And here's Jim Lefevre, one of 2 future managers in this lineup. And a 4-9 against a lefty is a shortstop X. 13 is in range for Harrelson, and that will retire Lefevre. And here is Duke Sims, the catcher. And 1-7's a fly ball to center. Hahn is there. Well, that's 2 outs, and here's the other future manager, Bobby Valentine. I'm going to pause it here. Technically, there are 3 future managers in this. Bud Harrelson is the third.
Okay, cool. I love watching these because it's a real learning experience for me watching you play Strat. It really is, because you're just the way you're announcing it. It's helping me to read cards better. So thank you, man. Love this.
All right. 3-6. And that's a high pop-up. Kranepool calls for it. Will make the catch, and that will retire the side. Dodgers go in order here in the second, and we go the bottom half. 2-1 Mets. And here is Bob Aspromonte, third baseman. 5-8. That's second base. That's Lefevre. 3 and a 20 gets everybody, I believe. Yes, it does. So Lefevre makes the play, and that's 1 down. And here is Jerry Grody. 1-6. Ground ball back to the mound. Sutton underhands it to first. 2 down. And here is Don Hahn. And a 6-9 is a swing and a miss, strike 3. So, like the Dodgers in the top half, the Mets go in order here in the second. Score remains 2-1 Mets. Here's Seaver. He'll face Sutton, Wills, and Crawford. And Sutton uses pitcher hitting card number 3. He is a weak hitting right-handed batter. And a 4-3 is a right field X, but that's not going to be playable for Singleton. 3 and a 1, and that'll get down, and Sutton is into second with a double. Oh boy. And here is Maury Wills, singled his first time up. 3-3 ground ball to third. Aspromonte looks Sutton back to second, throws to first in time. And here is Crawford. Reached on a fielder's choice his first time up. And a 5-6 is a swing and a miss, strike 3. So quickly 2 are out and runner on second. And the Mets leading 2-1. And here's Willie Davis. Flew out his first time up. And a 6-4 against a lefty, fly ball to right. There is Singleton. He will make the play, and that will retire the side. Leadoff double does no damage. We go to the bottom half of the third. It's the Mets 2 and the Dodgers 1. Here's Sutton to face Seaver. 3-10 outside ball 4. So this might not be a good omen for the Dodgers here. Walking the pitcher. And here's Bud Harrelson. And will not hold on Seaver. 3-11, not so much. Ground ball to second. Lefevre to Wills to Parker. Double play.
That is not your Giovanni's Tailor Shop tailor-made double play for your Giovanni's Tailor Shop in Lemoyne, Pennsylvania, for if Baseball Demos is still here.
Good stuff.
Here's Boswell up, 2 out, nobody on, and the Mets leading 2-1. And a 2-5 base hit center field. So Boswell with a 2-out single. And here comes Ken Singleton, whose RBI triple brought home the first run. And a 6-3 is a base hit center field. Boswell 15, 17, 1-16, but won't try to make the third out. All right, so that'll bring up Cranepool. Grounded out, or RBI ground out his first time up. And a 1-4 is a field goal. Fly ball to left, and that will retire the side. The Mets.
And once again, when I say field goal roll, it's when is an out between 2 hits.
Strand
Cool.
2. And we go to the fourth. It's the Mets 2 and the Dodgers 1. And here is Dick Allen, whose RBI double accounts for the lone Dodger run. And a 5-3. Again, that's a right field X. Or 5-3, sorry. Looked at 4-3. 5-3 is a pitcher X. Since it's not top 3 or bottom 3, we go to the air check. He's an E6. E6 and a 9. That's a good play by Seaver getting off the mound. Throws to first in time. Here's Wes Parker. 4-9 against a lefty. And that's a shortstop X. And because Harrelson's a 1, a 3 he will get to. And that'll retire Parker. Good play by Harrelson. And here's Jim Lefevre, 2 out, nobody on in the top of the 4th. And the Mets leading 2-1. 3-3 ground ball in the hole. Boswell gets it, throws the first in time, and that'll retire the Dodgers here in the 4th. We go to the bottom half. Mets lead 2-1. And here is Art Shamsky. Three-nine ground ball in the hole, and gets it as Lefevre throws the first in time. Here's Bob Aspromonte. 2-9, and that's a 13, so that'll get past the leaping Maury Wills and into left field for a base hit. They won't hold Aspromonte on, and here is Jerry Grody. A hit and run with 1 out. Please. All right, so because they're not holding on Grody, that moves him up a letter for hit and run. So an A hit and run. And here's the pitch from Sutton to Grody. And Aspromonte takes off. And a 7. Oh boy, batter misses pitch. And then we have to roll the 20-sided. So Aspromonte is an E Steeler. Starts off at a 1-7. They were not holding him on, so you don't get the extra hold. And Sims is a 0. So 1-7, Aspromonte will make it. If not, he's gunned down. And it's a 4, and he steals it. Wow.
That's one of those that you pray you make it, and God forbid, a 35% chance that comes through.
Love when that happens.
It's like the super advanced. There may be a batter misses pitch, but maybe we'll get to it after this half inning.
Okay.
So maybe caught something a little napping there. And Grody stays on. He'll have a runner on second with 1 out. So here's the pitch to Grody. 3-4, swing and a miss, strike 3. And here is Don Hahn with 2 outs and nobody on. And now they won't give him the 4 fingers to pitch to Seaver. And good choice, 3-6 a ground ball to short. And that will retire the side.
Okay, so on the super advanced chart, all the 7s are batter misses pitch for any hit and run for super advanced. It's like 7 to 11 if they're a D hit and run.
Okay.
We go to the top half of the 5th. 2-1 Mets.
And then, of course, the super advanced has a thing for hit and run where if it goes off the pitcher card, if it's a strikeout, if he's A and B, it's a ground ball out. And if it's C or D, it's batter misses pitch. So there's a big whole thing on the flip side of the pitcher and catcher X super advanced charts.
And this is why it made my brain implode as an undergrad. But so I love that you're explaining it. Thank you.
No problem.
Seaver will face the bottom third of the order. Sims, Valentine, and Sutton. Sims flew out his first time up. 1-8, swing and a miss, strike 3. So 3rd strikeout of the day for Seaver. Here's Bobby Valentine. 1-5. That's an 8 and cut off nicely in center field by Hahn. Holds Valentine to a single. And here is Sutton. They will bring the corners in expecting a bunt. Yeah, with 1 out, I'll let him try to bunt. So he'll be a C bunter. And here's the pitch, and Sutton squares around. C, 7. And that's a good sacrifice. So we'll call that a sack 3-4. And hit to the first baseman. Going to second is Valentine. And I'll bring up Maury Wills, 1 for 2 with a single today. And a 5-9 is a swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll retire the side. Go to the bottom half of the fifth. Score is still 2-1 Mets. And Sutton will face Seaver, Harrelson, and Boswell here in the bottom half of the fifth. 2-3 ground ball to first. Parker gets it, takes it to the base himself. 1 down and back to the top of the order. Here's Harrelson. .610 to center field. That's Davis. That's where you want to hit it. And a 1 and a 5 that's in range, and Davis will run it down. 2 down. And here is Boswell. 2 outs, nobody on, and score is still 2-1. And a 5-11 is a first base X. If 12 is in range, that'll be a good play, but it is not. So we will go with Parker's air rating. He is an E6. And a 2. Okay, so for those that have not played, the 2 will allow you to roll the white die to help out. But a 1 to 4, and he tries to throw it to Sutton covering overhand, and it goes into the dugout. And going to second is Boswell. We'll call that an error on Davis. He needed a 5 or a 6 if a 2 was rolled. He got a 4. So Boswell is on second. And here is Ken Singleton. One 4 ground ball to second. Easy play for Lefevre, and that'll retire the side. So the error does no damage. We go to the 6th. Mets lead 2-1. And here is Willie Crawford. And a 1-5, swing and a miss, strike 3. So 5 strikeouts on the day for Seaver. And here is Willie Davis. 2-4, and that's ripped the deep right field. Looking up is Singleton, and that ball is, 2-4. Yep, and that ball's gone. Yep, I looked in the right column. Home run for Willie Davis. 1 to 12 is a home run on a 2-4, and he hit a 5. So this game is now tied at 2. On the Davis home run, and here's Dick Allen. And a 5-8, that's to the second baseman, Boswell. And a 3 and a 13, that's the bottom half of the range, so he will make the play. 2 down. And here is Wes Parker. 2 outs, nobody on. Game is tied at 2 here in the top of the 6th. 4-6. Against the lefty, that's a ground ball to second. Boswell will take care of that one. And that will retire the side, but not until the Dodgers tie the game at 2. And Sutton will face Cranepool, Shamsky, and Aspromonte. There's Cranepool 0 for 2 on the day. And a 5-6, swing and a miss, strike 3. So that is the 3rd strikeout of the day for Sutton. And here's Art Shamsky. 3-8, swing and a miss, strike 3. So 2 down here in the bottom of the 6th. Game tied at 2. Here's Bob Aspromonte. And a 1-6 ground ball to Wills over to first, and that will retire the side. Going to the top of the 7th, game is tied at 2. And here is Jim Lefevre. "6-5, and that's a 4, and that ball is hit deep to right field. Going back on it is Singleton. Goodbye, baseball." And Lefevre is normal against everybody, so Seaver not locating his pitches in the last couple innings. 1-11 is a home run, and that's a 4. So the Dodgers take a 3-2 lead, and here is Duke Sims. Second base, I don't think Boswell's going to get to this, and he will not. So that'll get by Boswell, and Sims is on with the single. And here's Bobby Valentine singled his last time up. 2-10, ground ball to third. The second for 1, the relay is not in time. And Valentine reaches on a fielder's choice. And they will bring the corners in, and Sutton will bunt again.
We have a Robert in here.
Yeah, you do have a Robert in here.
Yeah, tomorrow the start of spring training. So we'll put this on pause for a minute. Tim's cross-streaming one of his videos. How you doing, man?
I'm okay now that I have done my what do you call it, my obligation to watch the Super Bowl, because remember I'm still a football fan, but
Oh, sure.
but now that that's all done, when's first pitch?
Exactly.
Well, your games begin in a week from Friday.
That is correct, Mr. Tim. Yes, Clee baseball fan. Yes, we have, of course, we have that World Baseball. The reason why they're starting so early is because the World Baseball Classic. I know every single owner in baseball right now that has a player in this thing is saying, "Please don't get hurt. Please don't get hurt. Please don't get hurt.
Yeah,
Please don't get hurt."
hurt.
You know, I don't. You know, like you got the Winter Olympics that are occurring right now too. So
Right.
okay, fine. I don't care. Look, winning a gold medal for your country, absolutely. I have nothing against that. You should represent the place you live, the place you're from. That is fine. But every NHL owner is saying, "Please don't get hurt. Please don't get hurt. Please don't get hurt," because the NHL owners, they don't care that you win a gold medal. What they're trying to do is they're trying to win what my Panthers won the last 2 years. So
That big old SC, buddy.
that big old Stanley Cup, that's all they care about. They don't care about no gold medal. They'll be happy for you if you win one. They'll say, "What? You won the gold medal? Golf clap."
Golf clap.
Okay,
Go win us that big prize in the middle of June.
Now forget that gold medal. You can put it on your wall. You see that big silver thing that that 31 other teams besides us play for? That's what I'd like to win in about 6 months. So get back on the ice. So no,
4 months actually, but that's okay.
I totally understand.
Robert, I hear there's something big going on your channel tomorrow night. What's up?
Well, we have the 1980 All-Star Game tomorrow night.
Nice.
If I'm correct, this will be the first ever All-Star Game played with inside pitch advanced.
I think it
I
is.
don't think so. Craig Scarborough has been another guy on our awesome has been doing a great job with his inside pitch advanced, but he has not done an All-Star. I believe I'm playing the first ever All-Star game with inside pitch advanced. I don't think anyone's done one yet. If anyone has, someone will have to let me know. So,
who's starting? Or
it will be Steve. It will be. This is the 1980 All-Star Game. This is at Dodger Stadium, and this will have Steve Stone pitching for the American League, and J.R. Richards starts for the National League. Ooh. And for those of you who have never seen me play an All-Star Game, anything is possible. So because I do relax a few baseball rules for the All-Star Game, it is an exhibition game. So I relax some baseball rules so that I can get all the players on the board. I pretty much already have the roster. I already have created the teams. Of course, they are the historical teams from that year. But I already have them set up for their lineups. Already have them set up for the who I want to substitute. So everybody can try to get in. Pitchers, all the players. Pitcher. If a player is removed, he can come back. There is no fatigue. Pitchers pitch until their arms fall off if I want them to. This isn't a National League ballpark, so the pitchers There will be no DH, but of course they're not gonna. I'm not gonna have pitchers battle. Use a pinch hitter for them. Um, so there will not be a DH since it was played at Dodger Stadium, which is a National League ballpark. So I will not use the DH for this. But we have the All Star game at o'clock as we're ready to get into the second half of my 1980 season, and it is moving fast.
It is moving fast. I can't believe you're in the All-Star break already. It's incredible.
No,
1 month in for what, 3 months of baseball, Robert?
well, we got more than well. Usually, a regular season lasts about 2.5 months. Usually, because I do one game per 3 days of baseball, um, we usually have about 60 to 70 regular between 60 to 70 regular season games. Of course, the last week of September of the week of the season is the final week. That one I do one game per 1 day of baseball to simulate the final playoff push to get in there. Remember, I do have expanded playoffs. Top three teams, since this is the four division alignment, top three teams each division will make the playoffs, but they must have a winning record. If they don't, I can modify the postseason. So six is the most. You could have five, you could have four. But right now it looks like the way things are going, I should get six teams from the American League and maybe only five from the National League this year. So because right now, there's only two teams in the National League East with winning records. The Pittsburgh Pirates are the third place team, but they're under 500. So right now I don't count them. And
Mhm.
of course, after the game, I have the All Star game. Then I have one more game in this second block, and I've already started cutting down teams that are no longer in the playoff hunt, which is usually teams that are at a winning percentage of .474 and lower. So anybody that's below that line, or .475 or lower, I no longer put on the board for a couple of reasons. A, I want to do the playoff. I want teams that are in the playoff hunt. B, I need to get games in there for these teams in case of a tiebreaker. So, remember, games on the board is the first tiebreaker because I don't do no games 163s and that kind of crap. Um, so
Right, right.
so
That's good logic. It's good logic. Makes sense.
games on the board is the first tiebreaker. Most runs scored in most game and played is the second. Net runs is the third. And it actually turned out that I had to use that tiebreaker, I believe, for the 1983 season. Yeah, I think it was the 83 season. I actually had to use the runs tiebreaker in order for the Detroit Tigers they had to win. I think they had to beat the Brewers by had to get a certain amount of runs. They did, so got the Brewers in there. No, the Tigers in there. The Brewers didn't make it. So that's kind of like I just so games on the board do matter. Games on the board do matter, and that's
Mhm.
why. Because when I first did it, I didn't use games on the board. I said no, these games have to have some meaning to them. You want to win these things, to help for tiebreakers' sake. So,
So,
um,
Robert, what do you tell people? Where should they be tomorrow, or what geometric shape will they be?
geometric. They should be geometric shape.
Yeah, absolutely.
Geometric shape.
What do you say at the end of every broadcast where people should be the next night?
Well, be there or be square.
Amen, brother. At 8 o'clock tomorrow night,
8 o'clock tomorrow
Eastern
night, we'll have
time.
the 1980 All Star Game from Dodger Stadium.
We'll
I
be
like what
we'll be
I'm
going on.
watching. I've been watching the NFL. I'm watching the Super Bowl. Super Bowl's over. I've been watching Tim roll his card strat for this. I tell you, Tim, the way you do this, okay, is just you remind me so much of Dave at Baseball Demos because you're both very relaxing at
Yeah.
how you roll the
Mhm.
dice, how you actually just go ahead and speak the result of the play. You're just very relaxing, Tim. You really are. You just have a good soothing voice like Dave. Okay,
Yeah.
you don't get so totally excited, which is all
Like
right.
Robert.
Well, this is all
We
also
only
helping due to
come
the
on.
fact
We
that I
really
live in an
come on.
apartment, so I don't want to just get the neighbors all involved.
We really only need only one crazy person, playing this game. Okay, the way I do. Okay, there really is no need. There's no need. You don't need the craziness of of one of two crazy people. Just one.
So Tim and David could do a whole like ASMR baseball thing and
Yes,
make
they
lots
could.
of money. They could make lots of money on
Yes.
YouTube.
Yes,
So
they could. If there is such a
Those
thing
are
as
the-
if there is such a thing as ASMR cards and dice, yeah, Tim and Dave could definitely do it.
yeah,
well,
Robert Starr, you
there's the dice hitting
qualify,
the clipboard, which I unfortunately don't do now because I have my miniature dice tower, which I definitely need to get upgraded. But that's why I had to modify the way I do the super advanced now. I was dropping the dice too much, trying to get the 3 dice and the D20 in there. Same time, just wasn't working out. So I was like, let's just go old school. Drop the 3 dice in there first. 75 to 80% of the plays in Stratomatic are resolved by that anyway. So just skip the step of dropping the D20 with it.
You
Good
know,
thing you don't have cats.
it's like Tim and Dave can relax you, put you to rest, not sleep, but put you to rest,
Hmm.
and then you watch my game, and then I wake you up. So that's just
Yes, you do.
how it works.
It's
We,
always
we, are,
fun, though,
we
man.
are the TV announcer to your radio announcer.
Yes, you're the TV announcer because that's true. Because on the radio, you have to go ahead. You have to announce everything. Hence, the great radio greats such as Bob Murphy and Ernie Harwell and
Oh, yeah.
Horseman Scully. All right, some of the best ones out there. Especially Bob Murphy because he really only mostly did radio. After getting off the TV because they had to do the radio. And then of course, but Tim, Dave, and of course all our other all our other greats, Ron, Uncle
Oh,
Dave,
yeah.
and Tony Porter and such. They actually they know you're watching, so they don't have to completely broadcast. Say everything. Me, I kind of put it like a radio, and they got do it like a TV because on the if you're watching the game, they can see that. Well, they know you see what's happening. Okay, on the radio, you have to pretty much speak. Say exactly where everything is. I don't know how some radio announcers do it for other sports. I mean, baseball, yeah, okay. The ball is put into play like once every minute or so, like that. You know, Football, all right, yeah. Even football announcing is a little bit more difficult because you gotta pretty much detail everything happening. But then basketball and hockey. Now I know they have hockey. I've heard hockey announcers and here you got to pretty much, the puck goes in this corner. Oh, the puck now went into there. Now it's picked up there by Barkov. Barkov's got it. Oh, he lost it there to McDavid. McDavid tries to go around the back, and what a move. Of course, you guys didn't see that because you're watching on the radio, but McDavid made a big move. He shoots it, and it's saved by Bobrovsky. I mean, you know what I mean? If you're doing, I don't know how hockey announcers doing on the radio. I have no idea.
It's
It's
astounding.
Robert. It's essentially you have to tell what point you're going down because it's you can't say to the point because then they have to know what side,
Right.
and then it's essentially it's a lot better. You have to say what he makes a save with either blocker or does it get swallowed up. It's a lot more detailed. Not that I've listened to a lot of hockey on the radio, but uh, needless to say, it is I did somehow get a St. Louis Blues game. Granted, the KMOX is kind of a superstation here in the Midwest, and I traveled from Columbus. It might have been to the Cleveland area, if not where I used to live, about 45 minutes from a half hour from Cleveland, I should say. Got an entire game done. I was like, I kind of know what I'm listening to.
Yeah, it's KMOX, man. I mean, they've been like, I think they were the country's first super radio station anywhere. When I was a kid, I used to be able to listen to St. Louis Cardinal games late at night. It was great. Jack Buck. And,
I couldn't get.
heaven.
I can get it in my car better than I can get it in at home.
Oh, okay. So it's
So
great. Yeah. So God bless KMOX, man.
yeah.
Love them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Robert, looking forward
I
to the
would
All
also
Star game, brother.
Well, if you join
Yeah.
me tomorrow night, like I said, it'll start at 8 o'clock. Hopefully I'll have a good crowd for it. I mean, I sometimes
You
get
will.
I sometimes get my crowds lately depend. See, the one thing about doing this, sometimes I get it really depends on the teams I got. I mean, I'll be honest. When I have a game on, I see when like a game between maybe like the San Diego Padres and maybe the and what maybe let's see San Diego and maybe the Cardinals or something. I might not get a great group of people watching. That's fine. But then if I get a Yankees Red Sox game or a
Oh
game
my
of
God.
Mets,
Yeah.
or a game featuring the Reds, or a game
Yeah.
featuring the Dodgers, or a game featuring maybe the Orioles, or or the Tigers. I usually get a good crowd. It depends really what teams I'm playing, and and of course in the beginning of a season, I want to get all teams on the field on the board, which I do. I get it. Every team at the start of my year is guaranteed to be on the board at least twice. Some maybe 3 times or 4 times if I have to get another team on there. Okay, but you're
Mhm.
guaranteed to see your favorite team at least twice on the board for that year. If your team is in the playoff hunt after the second cut, all right, or I should say the first cut, all right, then you'll see your team more. Okay, so because I want to only show teams that are in the playoff hunt because those games mean a little bit more again versus teams that are already out of it. And as I said, I got to get tiebreaker games in there so that in case there's a tie, I can have, and of course, 10-minute ticker, of course, still goes ahead and gives me the standings I need. I'll tell you, this has been a very interesting year. 1980, okay, the way 10-minute ticker is gone, there are some teams that are playing, well, the way they should be. My Mets, well, they suck. So, yeah, they do. My Mets, the 1980, they did stink. They were garbage. They were horrible. So
You
they're
gotta you gotta give them 6. You gotta give them 6 years, and then they're going to be great.
well,
I
well,
predict it.
well,
1986, they're going to be
that's if
amazing.
we ever do 1986. Right now, I can guarantee 1986 will not be the next season because since I do a 15-season buffer now, uh,
Ah,
okay, so that means seasons from 1965 to 1995 will not be included in the next selection show. So that means we're going to be looking at the next season could be from 1940 to 1964 or 1996 to 2025. So I don't know yet. Of course, we don't know what season it'll be yet because, well, we don't, the selection show we haven't gotten to. We won't have that till about at least, I think, late April. So then, of course, if that season is not available yet for Inside Pitch Advance, Chris will create it for me, and
that's nice.
it'll be ready by the next for the start of the second season of this year, which is going to be July is going to be July 6th. So that I know July 6th will be opening day of the next season after this one.
You're gonna
And of course,
and
now I'm checking to see whether July 6th is part
It's
of
a
the
Monday.
real season all-star break.
I
I usually always start the season on the first Monday of either January or July.
I always imagine when Robert finishes a project, right? Because then he takes that hiatus, and I always have this bizarre kind of imagery of all these people in the YouTube community kind of wandering aimlessly. They're Robertless. I mean, what's the deal, man? Love
Bro,
it.
Beatles, I really, when I'm on my two, and I think is I want to stream, I want to do some more stuff, but
Yeah,
I'll tell you, after doing 4.5 months of yelling and screaming, okay,
you need a break.
2 months off really does help, and
Sure.
um, so and Philip Reynolds, let's see who bugs me. Let's see, Philip Reynolds bugs me.
Yes.
Ben Witz bugs me.
Yeah. Had Ben in here last night or today.
Brian Patterson bugs me. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
want to see. Let's see.
Chuck Rollins.
David Vega. Some of the other Dave 09 GLA. A whole bunch of other players. When I'm in other chats, they're saying, "Robert, you're playing baseball tomorrow night, right?" And I said, "Man, can I have a break?"
No, there are no breaks in baseball.
No
I've been
breaks
waiting
in
all day to
baseball.
say that.
That's why I always say, "Get a life."
Get a life.
Get a life. You guys, I'm rolling cards and dice, and you guys are watching me roll cards and dice. So I don't know who's needs more of a life, me or you guys.
That's the most postmodern thing ever said in the YouTube sports gaming community, bar none. That was it, right there. Because
Like, you're entertained by watching me roll dice and move cards around.
Yes, exactly. You're watching, and I'm watching you
Yep.
roll dice. You guys are watching me roll dice, yell, scream, okay, and move cards around on the board. Okay, I mean, really, there's nothing on TV to watch or a good book to read or what? You haven't made love to your wife lately or something like that? There's got to be something else you can do.
Robert, I believe the term is making whoopee.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
something like that too. Whatever. I mean, there's something. There's got to be
I,
something.
I
Something
just think
else
the
to do.
community has its priorities in order, Robert. That's what it is.
It surprises me to it completely surprises me. How this is, and yet I'm one of them. I mean, when Dave was rolling his cards and dice, there I am in the chat, and I said,
Right.
okay. And here I am telling other people to get a life, and I'm doing the same darn thing. Yeah, okay, yeah,
I love it. I
I
love it.
that
Mike says the game is 45 years old. Get a life.
I mean,
Oh my God.
really, like I said, uh, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I think getting doing doing this crazy stuff really has really just made me, you know, what's a word? Excited to do it. A little dumbfounded how I started this 5 year going. Geez, I'll be going. Geez, this July. I think it'll be
Wow.
July or August. I've been doing this thing for 6 years, and
Mhm.
now I'm getting up there in. I'm no longer a toddler or a kindergartner doing this. I'm now pretty much a seasoned vet.
Mhm.
I'm not in the league yet. I'll never be in the league of Uncle Dave, Uncle Ron, David Baseball Demos. Uh, you
Al.
know, you know,
Don't forget Al.
Carson, Tony Porter. I'll never be in the league of those guys because they've been doing. And now Red Sox fan, of course.
Mhm.
I'll
Yeah.
never be in their league because they've been doing it for so much longer than I have. But but just watching them still amazes me that that they are doing this. And I remember saying, "Geez, I could do this too." I said, "Can I maybe do this?" And they just had to choose a baseball game to start, which I thought payoff pitch would be perfect because I like the game system. But
Mhm.
then after playing payoff pitch a little bit, I realized something was missing, and that's why inside pitch finally gave me what I needed. And that's I just can't. And then I tried doing a little fall classic in the 1983 season,
I
and
remember that.
yeah, I was doing some fall classic baseball
Mhm.
for 1983, and when I got done with that, I said, I should not have done it, and that's why. And I figured I think I cheated the inside pitch game a little bit by trying to go fall classic. And even though I had fun doing fall classic, again, something was missing from that game. I was playing fall classic, and although I was having fun with it and having some good games, but there was something missing from when I was playing fall classic, and I was missing the excitement when I was playing inside pitch. And now that we have inside pitch advanced, which is even more detailed, has more nuances than some other games don't
Mhm.
have. All right, and I really, and I'm trying to tell Chris. I say, Chris, if you really want inside pitch advance to take over, you have got to get more seasons. Now he's got 6 at the moment. He's got 2025, which just released, 24, 84, 78, 84, 80, of course, 78, and now 1964. And I told him, I said, maybe the next season you should be a season from the 90s, to get some people from the 90s uh, generation. And then after that, maybe do a season from the 50s and then go back up to do a season from the 2000s and
Right.
then go back to do a season from the 40s, then choose a season from the 2010s.
Yeah.
Okay. And just go back and forth. And I
Go
know,
back
and
and
he
forth.
keeps on telling me, he says, I just hate baseball from the 90s and the 2000s and from the 2000s and higher. I said, I understand that. Okay. But I hate this. And although it is your game, which it
Right.
is, I told him, I said, what you want, okay, when it comes to seasons, really shouldn't matter. It's what your customers want. Okay.
Mhm.
So, you got to get these out.
Well,
You got to get these out. And
I'll admit though, '90s baseball is looking like a damn peach compared to what it is now.
No
That
kidding.
that's the thing.
Oof.
90s baseball is still 90s. I had a lot of fun playing 1999. That was great. Okay, I look forward to maybe doing another season from the 2000s or the 2010s. I had fun doing 2016.
Yeah.
Look. I know some people don't like modern baseball that much. To me, baseball is still baseball. It is still pitcher versus batter. That has not changed. Some of the nuances of the rules, like a pitch clock and all of this, yes, it's still the pitcher's job to strike the batter out or to get the batter out, and it's still the hitter's job to either get on base or send the ball over the wall. All right, and that is the simplest thing about baseball. You're either safe or you're out, and that's the thing about it. And even though I still prefer, and even though a lot of people don't like modern baseball, I still love it. I mean, come on, let's put it this way: a lot of people say they don't like modern baseball, but how many people watched Game 7 of that Dodgers Blue Jays World Series last year? They said that was one of the highest rated Game 7s ever.
Oh my
Okay,
God, as it should be. That
one of
whole
the top Game
postseason.
7s in World Series history.
Yep, yep.
Okay,
That's a great World Series.
you
The
know,
World Series was great. It's an 8-game World Series, man.
it was an 8-game World Series. This was the one that went through a long extra inning game.
Yep.
Okay. Game 7 was back and forth. That was one of the most exciting Game 7s you'll ever see.
Oh
I
yeah.
could maybe rank that in top 10, if not top 5 Game 7s ever. You can
Mm-hmm.
put that up there as well. All right. And people say, well, baseball is not fun. I don't know about you. That 2025 World Series was excellent. And
Yes, it was.
I'm looking forward to 2026.
So do I.
Now
So do
the
I.
thing is that baseball has to build on this momentum here, and boy, you better not be having a work stoppage if you're going to have another great World Series. You get 2 years back to back,
That
where you
is
potentially
it.
get people watching. It's like you're in need of getting the young hardcore fan, and then you're going to throw it away with having 1994 all over again.
Yeah, a bunch of the 20-somethings where I work, they were
Very-
on fire about that World Series, and they weren't fans of either the Dodgers or the Jays, and that was just the whole buzz was that World Series. And you're right. I hope the CBA, look, guys, just get it done. Cause they have a work stoppage. That's going to be so bad. Oh my God.
they're remember after 1994, which was a shame because
Yeah.
1994 that season had a chance to be one of the best seasons ever.
Oh hell
Okay,
yeah, hell yeah.
great division races. All right, the Tony Gwynn was flirting with 400 that year, which I think he would have gotten. All right, I think he would have batted. He ended it at 394 when the season was canceled. I think Gwynn gets 400. I think he
Yep.
does. All right, best hitter I ever saw. Okay, best pure hitter I ever saw.
Mhm.
The Expos were hot. The Yankees
Yes.
were hot. The White Sox were hot. That was a heck of a year. It's just too bad it didn't get finished.
Yeah.
And it took baseball a long time to really get back on the map, even though you had 95, 96, and 97, which were 3 very good baseball seasons, with
Right.
the Marlins winning in 97 and all that, down here. The Braves and the Braves in 95 and all that. But it was 1998, which put baseball back on the map because of the home run, because
At the
of
home run chase. Yes.
with Mark McGuire, Sammy Sosa, Barry Bonds and everything. 1998, it took 3 years for baseball to really be back, okay, with the 1998 season. And now, of course, they don't want to put the Hall of Fame, they don't want to give the Hall of Fame plaques to those guys, which is a shame now. And I agree. At one point, I totally agree with baseball. Now I say, you know what? I think I was wrong. Put them in the Hall because they put baseball back on the map with that 1998 season, which is a great season to replay as well. If you like home runs and such, 1998 would be a great year to do. Even though I just did 1999, but if 1998 came up in the next season, I'd be more than happy to do it. But another work stoppage, I think, with the way a lot of fans are disheartened with some of the new rules in baseball, that could be a kill. That could put baseball. I'm not gonna say kill it, but it could
Right.
put it in ICU. So I mean, on life support.
Let's
So
hope. Let's hope.
I'm hoping they get it done. I know they want another playoff team. They want 7 playoff teams now in each league. They're trying to get 7, which
It's too
I'm
much.
Yeah.
gonna slightly agree with it, only because of the division structure we have now. Because you've got 3 divisions in each league, I think if you win the division, you should not have to play a stupid wild card series. I think you should get a 4th team, all right, The 3 division winners automatically get into the division series, and the seasons and seeds 4, 5, 6, and 7 play each other, to move on into the divisional round. I think if you win the division, even the division sucks, but it doesn't matter.
Okay,
You should still.
Robert,
You,
I got one problem with that then. So you have 3 division winners that get a bye, but you
right?
only have 4 other teams. So that does one team get a bye to the LCS?
No, no, no. If you got 3 division winners, and you automatically have if you have 3 division winners, all right, you're gonna have seeds 4, 5, 6, and 7. So 4 will play 7, 5 will play 6. The winner of those two will play each other. You'll get your wild card champ, and
Oh,
that
so then you're okay. So then you go to 4 for the division series.
correct.
Okay,
You go right.
gotcha.
That,
Yeah,
that's how you do that. Yes,
yeah.
that's how you do it. And if they go to a 7 seed, then I may do the same thing in my league. If they go to 7, I may go to 7 as well. I may expand to 7 teams from now on in my own expansions for my seasons. But until they do that, I'm going to stick with 6 for now. Of course, I can't do that for um, the leagues where they only had 16 teams. That would be 1960 and back. So I can only take the top 4 teams in each league. I can't do a wild card. So in that, because I don't want to really put too many lower place teams in a chance for winning the whole thing. So but I think they do want to do that. They want to get a salary cap, which I don't see that happening. I really don't see that happening.
All right, guys, I got to tap out here.
Okay, Tim, thank you very much. Let's do this again some night, but a bit earlier. I hadn't realized you had a 4:15 a.m. You had to get up, man. So get some
no
good
problem.
rest. Be safe, my friend.
Thank you, there, baseball fan. We'll see you soon.
Yep.
Robert, there's a question for you up on the screen.
Yeah, I see it. So Robert's official opinion on Chris ceasing printing because of printing issues. This is a long-term problem. I have been conversing, okay, with Chris. All right, I have been conversing with Chris on emails. All right, and he is having some printer issues getting these seasons printed, all right, and getting them out. One of the reasons he has is his printers are not designed for some of these modern seasons. For instance, 2025. I have a PDF of 2025, okay, that he sent me, and it's 150 pages long. That is a lot
Oh my God.
compared to 1964, which is only 94 pages long. But of course, 1964 only had 20 teams. All right. 2025 has 30. And of course, they go through a lot more players now than they ever did back in the day. So and plus, some of his issues were the uniform issues where players got traded, all right, from one team to another, and his fringe players. So he is probably going to think about he's thinking of no longer doing of adding uniform and the fringe players in the main season, in the main what do you call it, the main season pack. So he may go back to the way he does it for regular Inside Pitch. You order the season, you get all the players, and then you download the fringe players from the website and you put them yourself, which I think is fine. But another thing he's having is issues that it's beginning to take a physical toll on him. Having it, especially if his printers do not work, and if they don't work, he can't print these things, and he's having some printer issues. And there's another thing about it is if there's errors on a printed set, and he sends a brand new printed set to me, and I find errors, which I have done, okay, he has to send me printed corrections. So he has to literally he has to fix the problems, whether it's like a misspelling or a miscoloring or something like that. And trust me, or a misname of a ballpark, which I constantly check with him. You send me a PDF, I say, okay, you need to change this part to this name that was not known at that time. Okay, if you want to use your ballpark names like this, All right. So um so he is trying to work this out. With he's trying to make, he's thinking maybe he could find somebody to print these things for him professionally and then ship them. The only thing about that, it will take a little longer for him to get these out. One thing about Chris is that there were some times when I placed an order for him, sometimes I got a notification that my order went out that same day. There's not many, there is not many game sites that do that. All right, that will actually get the seasons out the same day. I know Strat doesn't. I know Appa doesn't. Joe Bryant Payoff Pitch doesn't. But Payoff Pitch, however, he has to go to the printer to get his cards printed, which is fine. And of course, nobody has better card quality than him. Payoff Pitch has the best card quality anywhere, bar none.
I don't know. Pocket Pennant Run might say hold my beer.
No, but the cards for the cards for payoff pitch are thicker, and they are a lot, and they hold up a lot better too. They're really strong. They are a
Mhm.
thicker card stock. I would say they are, where the card stock that Chris uses for his game is 110 pound regular card stock.
Mhm.
The card stock that Joe Bryan uses, I believe, is 150 pound gloss, and
Wow,
it is very strong. So
that
there
is
is
strong.
really nobody that uses that kind of. He's the only one that uses that. Fall Classic uses glossy cardstock, but it's 110, or I believe it's 80. It's an 80 pound glossy stock is what they use. But
Mhm.
Joe Bryan uses, I think it's 150, 160. I don't know the weight, but I do know it's the strongest cardstock of, and plus those cards are heavy.
Yeah.
So they are heavy because
Take
of what
note of Strat.
Strat's thick in their card stock a little bit.
Have they?
1986 season that I did get from Strat and their remaster a few years ago, their card stock has gotten a little bit thicker, but it's still kind of flimsy. So
Yeah.
and Strat still doesn't want to give you all the players. So I just
They don't even want to give you all the
don't want to
seasons.
give you all the players. So I said, I understand how great Strat is. It is, but it's got that big caveat where you just don't get all the players. One of the reasons why I just can't do Stratomatic as a
Mhm.
season.
I understand that.
But Chris is trying to work this out, so he has paused printing for the time being. The seasons are available; you can still download as a PDF. I know a lot of people don't like PDF because it uses, of course, printer paper, and of course ink, which of course can be expensive.
Mhm.
But I figure that if I think if he was to go straight PDF, I think I could live with it. What I would do is I would get the same card stock that he uses and print it out, and I think I could live with it. I can get the same perforated sheets he uses, so because I do know what perforated card stock he does use. So for his inside pitch advanced. So I would like to. So I told him, I said, well, I can, if you go straight PDF, I'm still going to buy from you. Plus, if he goes straight PDF, it'll make things a lot easier for him too. If there's any mistakes, he just has to correct it and send an email the correction, and that's it. Okay, he doesn't have to worry about. Uh, he doesn't have to worry about postage. Doesn't worry about packaging. He doesn't have to worry about something getting there or not. And he may be getting up there in years too. I'm not saying he's old, but he could be getting up there in years where now it's now becoming more of a chore than a job. And I think it's beginning to take its toll on him. So I told him, I said, I gave him my thoughts,
So
and
is he the lone developer, Robert?
he is the lone developer. It's only him. He's a one man show with this.
Wow.
It's not just inside pitch. He does football inside blitz. He does
Great.
basketball inside the paint. He does
And
hockey
hockey?
inside the crease. He
Yeah.
does tennis inside volley. He does soccer inside the net. He does
Holy
inside
moly.
the cup for golf. He does scoreboard baseball. He's a one man show. I mean, he's only got two other people working with him, and one of them is his website designer, and the other guy is Bill Salm. And Bill
Mhm.
Salm is the guy that runs the PC version.
Wow.
He takes care of the computer version. All right, to update the computer version. So that's it. Chris Davis, it really is a one man show. Now, Craig Scarborough, who has another channel, has been
Hmm.
helping Chris uh, run the seasons through the Raider, so that if Chris has a season, if a new season comes up, Chris will get the information he needs from Retro Sheet. He'll compile it, then he'll send the file to Craig. Craig will run it through his computer software to see how close and accurate the season is run. And he runs it, I think he said, I think Craig says he runs it like 1,000 times or something like that to get it to see how close and accurate it would be. And then he said, and then he says, and then he says, then I get that after I get that information from him, I send it back to him. He goes ahead and makes any changes to maybe change. You know, if it's like if something, maybe if a batter was maybe a little too high in his batting average or a little too low, or a pitcher is not as performing as accurately as he did, normally. They'll make a few changes. They'll send the file back to Craig. Craig will run it again through his simulator again 1,000 times, and then he'll tell Chris. I said, okay, I think this is accurate. It's going to get it. Go ahead and print, and go ahead and finalize and do it. Then what Chris has been doing with me. He's been sending me a copy of the PDF. All right,
Hmm.
so I can look it over, see if there's any mistakes. I'm not talking about rating. Ratings I don't check. I don't check ratings. What I look for is colorization. If since he uses colors in his cards, I make
Right.
sure all the players are colored correctly with their correct teams, and I check, of course, the correct ballpark names.
They're
So
sharp looking cards in that game. They really
they
are.
the inside pitch. They are so sharp. They look
Yeah.
even better than the advanced cards look better than the inside pitch cards. I think. They're so much sharp. They are a little cluttered. Yes, they are a bit busy. I'll admit that they're a little bit busy, even for me. Sometimes I read the wrong column and row, the wrong row and column. I have done that a number of times. Okay, once I've been playing, but I think they are beautiful cards. And I go ahead and I check. I said, okay, no, this was like, for instance, like what was it, 1964? I found he named the word Comiskey Park in 1964. It really wasn't known that as that. It was actually known as White Sox Park
Yes.
1964. But
Hmm.
but I told him, I said, so he should change. But he says but now it's up to him if he wants to change it. I told him, I said, look, if you're going to keep it the way it is, you want to keep Comiskey, it's still fine. You can give me Comiskey Park. It can still
Sure.
be known as that. Okay. Even though the Los Angeles Angels in '64 they did play at Dodger Stadium, but they called it Chavez Ravine Stadium when the Angels were there. They didn't call it Dodger Stadium when the Angels, when they were there. So or at least when they were on the field, when they played a game, they called
Right.
it Chavez Ravine. But it was Dodger Stadium, yes. And I told him, I said, well, you can go ahead and do that, but when I order these sets, do me a favor, okay, send me cards, okay, if you can't. I know when we get back to printing, send me cards with those names on it because I prefer those names, all right, because I usually prefer the real actual name. And I do correct them. For instance, like in the 2025 season, Dyken Park, he had misspelled. I had to help him out with that for Dyken Park, which is now the name of the Astros, place.
Hmm.
Um, he had what did he have? He had Sutter Home. He had Sutter Home Field. I said no, it's Sutter Home Park. Okay. So I get this information for him. I correct the cards and I send the PDF back to him. So corrected, but I don't check ratings. Now, some of his other customers will find some ratings mistakes. All right, and then he'll fix them. But the problem is that if he already printed the set, that means those mistakes are already with the printed set. And it's beginning to get tiring with all the errors that are occurring. And he's a perfectionist. All right. He gets
Hmm.
mad when there's an error in his game. Just like I get mad when I screw something up. So in one
Sure.
of my games. All right. And uh so and the thing about it is he's trying to it's when he he's already sent out printed set seasons And then somebody says, well, here's an error, here's an error, here's an error. And then he's got to go back in there, fix the errors, and then send out again, okay, corrected cards. I mean, one season, what was it? I think it was 1990. No, it was 2001. 2001 had so many errors in it. 2001 had a lot of errors, and not ratings errors, but uh, syntax errors on the cards. There's just a
Hmm.
lot of strange stuff showed up on these cards that I missed, and um, he actually had to redo the season and then send me out another full copy of the season, which of course cost money because he's using paper, he's
Oh,
using
sure.
ink from his own printer. I mean, if it was just a PDF, all right, then all you got to do is just make the correction, all right,
Right.
and just reprint. Or if you have a PDF editor like I do, okay,
Hmm.
I can go into the PDF he sent me. I can make the correct. He can just tell me what I need to correct. I can correct it, and I can just reprint it here. All right, because I have a PDF editor. I can go into any PDF he has, he sends me, and I know the style of lettering he uses, so I can go ahead and fix it. And then he doesn't have to do anything. I found an error here. Is this correct? He said no. That should be like a 0 for error or something like that. So okay, I'll fix it in the PDF and I'll just reprint that card. All right.
Okay.
So,
Nice.
but it's beginning to take. I think it's beginning to take his toll, especially since he's got a new game. Because Inside Pitch Advanced is new. He really likes what he's done. It's getting rave reviews. Okay, a lot of people are really enjoying the flow of the game. All right. Some people, however, are a little bit annoyed that he has come out with 2025 for Inside Pitch Advanced, but he has not come out 2025 for Inside Pitch.
Pitch.
So and the thing is, as he kind of told, and I told him that when he first thought about doing Inside Pitch Advanced, and I warned him at this, you may get so much into Inside Pitch Advanced, you may not want to do any more regular Inside Pitch because once you play Inside Pitch Advanced, you really can't go back to Inside Pitch.
Hmm.
And he told me in an email saying, you know what? I don't really know if I want to go back and do 2025 for IP because I feel like I'm going backwards.
Wow.
And I said, and I told him, I looked at him, see, what did I tell you?
Yeah.
So that's why that was something, at one point when he told me he was making IPA, I told him, I said, please don't. Please don't. It looks terrific. Please don't. Stick with what's working. Okay. Stick with Inside Pitch. Start making older seasons for Inside Pitch.
I'm
All
still
right.
waiting for 1949.
He can go back. He can go. He has 1956 for Inside Pitch. He says
Right.
he can now go back as far as 1944.
Hmm.
Okay, for Inside Pitch and IPA. I think he
Hmm.
can go back as far as I think he can go back all the way as far now maybe to the end, close to the end of the dead ball era. I think he probably could. He just
Hmm.
doesn't know if his Raider can actually, because of course Beatles. You're an expert on the dead ball era. You know the dead ball era is so much different than than modern from
Oh
uh,
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
modern baseball. Even though Joe Jackson's shoeless Joe Jackson's era is different from Babe Ruth's era, just like Babe Ruth's era is different from Joe DiMaggio's era, just like Joe DiMaggio's era
Yep.
is different from Sandy Koufax's era, and Sandy Koufax's era is different from Tom Seaver's era. Seaver's era is different from Clayton Kershaw's era. Okay,
Right.
they're all different. Okay, all different styles of baseball. Same game, but different nuances that certain things back in the dead ball era that you usually didn't see, like many home runs, to now
Right.
live ball era where you're seeing balls just fly out of the park, a lot
Right.
more strikeouts, a lot more conditioning, pitchers not going the distance as they usually did. Okay, it is so much, different, and he
Sure.
thought maybe he'd be taking a step back, and I said, well, this is the issue I thought you may have, and now he is having that issue because I already have about a few people saying, Inside Pitch Advanced is great, and you just created 2025 for advanced, but we now need 2025 for regular and for classic, and
Hmm.
this could be it's up to him. what he wants to
Sure,
do.
sure,
And,
sure.
you know, and he'll make the right decision for himself. I'll still continue to play. I know
Hmm.
inside pitch right now, advanced is his bread and butter because he loves making the seasons for it. Okay, he's got and of course he still puts out hockey, baseball, football, all of that. Now that the football season's over, he's got to work on inside blitz.
Does the man ever sleep?
I sometimes wonder. He does take breaks. He
Yeah,
does take breaks. Sometimes he goes fishing or he takes a break and gets away from everything. Okay, for a while, which is good.
right.
But it's like we get, I actually asked him. I said, "Do you have an heir apparent, to this system of yours? I mean,
Yeah.
nobody lives forever. I'm not saying you're old and you're going to die tomorrow, Chris. Of course not. But do you have somebody that you could leave this business to in case something happens? I mean,
Yeah.
because I mean, of course, I mean, we all, you know, we're we all know. I mean, nobody lives forever, so
Oh, we're getting dark here, but no, you're right.
nobody lives forever. But that's the way it
Yeah,
is.
right. Yeah. I mean, I hope he does. It's a hell of a game system. I love watching you play. As I said, I'm just waiting, even if he just because the 1949 season is a great baseball season. I know he's not going to go back and do 1908, but 1949 you have teams, and it's a great pennant race. And I hope that someday, because I'd like to play the game, but I've got to play a season that I'm going to feel a little bit comfortable. Welcome back, Aaron. Guys, by the way, I did put a link in the chat if anybody wants to pop in.
Well, 1949, he can go. He can do 1949.
But there might be not as much of a demand because you've
You
got
know,
folks like
maybe
me that want to see older baseball. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, even in this community, how many people are going to be interested in a 1949 set? I don't
see,
know.
because I'll be on. Here's the thing about doing this. I don't care what season I play,
Hmm.
but now in the last season selection show, I had what season? I had 1940. Was it 1940? I think it was 1947,
Hmm.
1960.
Jackie's rookie year, man.
Yeah, 1947, which he didn't
Yep.
have yet. Well, 1947,
Yeah.
1963,
Hmm.
1980, and 2020.
Okay.
Now, I knew 2020 was not going to get vote. Oh, actually, 2020 actually got a few votes. And I'll be honest, I would love to do 2020, even though that's a very short year.
So
But
you know what?
I can drag that year out into a
Do
full.
you know who's doing 2020 on his own? Like it's his own project. Are you ready for this? Are you sitting down? Ken Castro.
Really.
And he's even using the Ghost Runner, the whole thing, Robert. I can't believe it.
2020 was actually, I know it's a short baseball year,
Hmm.
but it had only 60 games. But
Right.
if 2020 actually came across my board, I could do 2020. I wouldn't do it one per three. I'd probably do it one per one. So I can
Okay.
actually get a full 60. I'd probably do every day of baseball. Okay,
Right.
because it was such a short year, and I could still do it the way I would normally do it with my expanded postseason. I could probably still do it that way if 2020 came up.
Well,
But
you'd have to have it not just be the stadium bars, but because you had cardboard
yeah,
crowds.
so it'd be cardboard. But I would put
Exactly.
it would be the cardboard bars. But
See, I don't know. I mean, it's, Action PC, right? I've got all the seasons. And I mean, so I bought 2020 just because I'm a completionist. And Dave even has like a projection season for it. But I don't think I'll ever play that season. I mean, I admire you for saying, yeah, if it comes across and that gets selected, you would do it. I
I
don't
do it.
ever, I just don't see myself doing 2020.
I did do the
Oh my
20.
God.
I did do the 2020 World Series in inside pitch. So when the
Yeah, well, okay.
I did do the Tampa Bay Rays and the Dodgers for 2020 World Series. I did
Yeah.
I did do that in a stream. I did do that World Series real quick. But
So
I
you take your break. It'd be a nice treat for your folks, and I'm part of your folks. Is like maybe take a month off. Why just for fun, dude? Why don't you replay the 2025 World Series? It's one of the greatest World Series. You've said
I
it
may
yourself.
it's an idea. I may replay 20 I may do the 2025 season 2025 World Series, but
That's a
I
great
the thing
series,
about
man.
it though is since inside I don't think I would do it in inside pitch. And the
What would
reason
you do it
why
on?
I probably choose a different game engine to do it
Yeah.
because the reason is not because I don't think I wanted to see the one thing because I did the World Series in the 2020 World Series and Inside Pitch.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I rather save that for a full season. So in other words, if I
Gotcha.
was in 2025, if 2025 came across the board, I would rather do that in Inside Pitch, but just to do a World Series, that I could see myself doing in Strat
Okay.
or doing maybe in Fall Classic or
I just
maybe
think you would do it up so well, though. I mean, it was such a great series, and the way you
it was
know
a great
the
World
way
Series,
you build up games. Oh my God,
but I would not
Robert,
want to do it in Inside Pitch only because I'd rather save that for a season.
for a season, I get that, but man, if you did it in another game engine, you'd get a lot of people because it's just a great World Series. You know it, I
It
know it.
was a great World
Everyone
Series. I
here
mean,
knows it's one of the greatest World Series of all
it
time. I
was.
will say
I
that.
rank it up
You
there.
know?
I
Oh
rank it
yeah.
up there. Sure, I top 20, if not top 15 or top 10. I do.
Oh
I
yeah.
would put that World Series up there. It was great. Every game was fun to watch,
Oh
especially
yeah.
game 6 and 7. So
Well, that
yeah,
whole damn postseason. Come on, and you're
it was a
never.
great season. No,
Are
all
we ever going to live to see a performance like Shohei Ohtani again? Probably not.
no, I know that was one of the best postseasons maybe in a very long time. I mean, I can
Yep.
rank it up there with 1986 or
Hmm.
2011 or or 1997. Okay, or maybe hell
So
even
I'm going to
1920.
shock people. I consider it up there with like 1908, which to me is like, come on, that's like one of the pinnacle seasons in baseball. And at the end of that 2025 World Series, I'm like, oh my God, this is like 1908, because that was a great season, and I mean, there were no championship series, obviously, but that was an amazing World Series, just an amazing season. But 2025 was superb, and I'd love if you would at least consider doing it in Strat or doing it in Fall Classic or
I might,
something.
like I
It'd be
said,
a blast,
I
man.
want to do if I want to do 20, if I want to do 2025, if I want to, maybe I will. But the one thing I love about my off season is I just got to get rest. That's the thing.
Sure.
Like I said, after screaming my head off for 4 months, 4 straight months in a row, and I'm only just now going into the All Star. I'm in the All Star break now for 1980. Okay, and the All
Right.
Star game is tomorrow night, and then I got to start the second half of the season on Wednesday. So, because I'm not going to have a game Tuesday, because
Right.
I've already put my all star teams together. They're already set and ready to go. I did that. I usually I need one day to do that, and then because I got to go the players together and put them on their team, and put them in the American and National League, and then I got to play the game the next
Right.
night, and then I got to put them back on their teams. The day after. Uh,
Sure.
it can be it can be exhausting,
Oh, I'm
and that's
sure it
why
is.
and that's why I like that's why I kind of like like my off season so much when I'm done.
Sure.
Plus, I want to take a break from inside pitch as well, even though now I did do some inside pitch exhibition games, okay,
Yes.
advanced, but that was
Hmm.
because the new game was coming out and I needed some more play time with it before I actually started 1980. That's why in December I was doing some regular exhibition. I was not announcing like I normally did, just rolling the dice, see what happens here, see if I can get
Right.
it all down pat, okay, before I officially start 1980, the first week of January. So that's what I was doing, but I'd rather just save, baseball for my seasons. Maybe I might I wanted to get some hockey. I didn't get any hockey on the board. I really didn't do much in the
Right.
last off season. I just rested, and in a way, I sometimes think I take time from others, like like when Uncle Dave is streaming, I started streaming at the same time.
Hmm.
Maybe I take people from him, and I don't intentionally do that, but I mean I take people from him, or I
Sure.
take people from Uncle Ron Juckett, or from from other people. I said, you know what, they got these guys got to put up with me for 4 months. You know what, for 2 months I'll shut the hell up. And let them have the stage for the 2 months, and let them have their full stage because they've been doing it longer. They have the full respect of the community,
Yeah, they
and
do.
I just say
You do too. Don't sell yourself short,
do.
man. Come
I
on.
know I do, but I still believe that you know. And sometimes I just want to sit back and watch the experts.
Sure.
Just sit
Nothing
back.
wrong with that. It's all good. I just do the late shift because anybody that comes in here knows there might be a baseball game and they've accepted it. And I love it that way. But I keep saying I'm going to shock people and I'm just going to do a 9 inning game and say, and that's it. See you next time around the batting cage.
Speaking of baseball, there,
It's
Beatles.
never happened though.
Speaking of Beatles and Beta, are there any tidbits you can tell us about Out of the Park 27?
um,
That or what you could tell me, but then you'd have to unalive me, right?
pretty much. And being Irish and Italian, it's kind of in my DNA.
Uh huh.
I can say this much: there's there's going to be some interesting things with the display that I think is really cool. There's going to be some cool things as far as player information that's really nice. And that's about all I can say right now.
Because we're now in February. I'm very soon expecting an announcement from. I know Marcus is no longer doing the game anymore, but
No, he's still involved though.
still
He's still
involved.
involved.
But
Oh
I
yeah.
know Matt Arnold is this guy that's
Yep.
um,
Yep.
still doing the thing. So I'm
So
expecting it.
Matt, Will Bay, those guys, yeah,
Still expecting an email soon. Said pre-order Out of the Park 27. And even
yeah.
though I don't really play it,
Hmm.
I actually don't. I really, you know me. I still think it's gamey. But other than that, I still purchase it because I
Yeah,
still support the guy. I still love the game, and
yeah,
sometimes I do want to play a game of offline baseball once in a while with
sure.
it with the uniforms and everything like that. I still
Well,
do the
yeah,
perfect team stuff, which I never win. But still, you got these people I know that pay to win that thing. I don't know how they could spend 500. You got a thing there we could spend $500 really to
nah.
get like half a million coins or whatever to get cards, and I say really $500 just to get the best players, just so you can win perfect team. I
I don't
mean,
know. I guess the funny because yeah, and I agree. Here's the funny thing about that, because out of the park baseball, as I see Aaron is channeling his inner Neil Diamond as he says hello again, hello. Um, but is the fact that if I want to make a perfect team in out of the park baseball, I can just do that in the main game.
right.
So I don't I mean I get the perfect team helps them. It is a good revenue stream for them or what have you because they're not they don't charge for seasons anything like that. But it's like I can make a perfect team. What I want to see is an idea that Mike Garland came up, that managers challenge that I told you guys about. That would be a brilliant game mode. Whether the devs are actually going to if that's going to be in there, there's been some of us pushing for it. But it's really down to what Matt and Will and those guys want to do. But I'm not a fan of Perfect Team. I've watched Mike Silva open up packs, and it's fun to watch people do that, and David Lando and people like that. But I'm just like, okay, but I could just go ahead and get, have Lou Gehrig and Rogers Hornsby and Hannes Wagner and Mike Schmidt. There you go. There's my infield. Okay, and boom, 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 and then play them. Um, I just I'm not and that whole thing with Perfect Team. I don't even know how they beta test that. Those of us that are doing out of the park baseball, it's the main game.
And
So
that's the thing. I mean, I do here's how I do a perfect team. Every time I go through the year. At the end of the week, I take a look and see how well I did. I say, oh well, look at that, I sucked again. All right, so I make a few player changes.
yeah,
I make up maybe some strategy changes, and then at the end of the week again, and I leave it alone. And then
right.
Sunday I look at it and say, oh look at that, I sucked again. All right, but the thing about it is the players I get on my team,
Uh
I don't know how the hell I can suck because I look at how that's
huh.
the problem.
Okay.
I look at the players. I have nothing but the best players I can get for what it is. I can mean a whole players I can get. I can have everybody 99, 99, 99, 99. Okay, and 99, 99, 99, 99, and yet I get beaten by teams of 70, 80, and that kind of thing. I say really. That's why their simulation engine to me sometimes I think is still wonky, and that's why I still say that Out of the Park is gamey, and that's why I have
So I
playing,
mean
you know,
so the
playing.
thing with out of the park baseball that flips people out. And then I got to because John has something up here, and I wanted to ask you about it in
Yes,
a
he's a big
moment.
baseball.
Um, is the thing is I will always maintain with out of the park baseball to really get it to where you want it to be. And this is, and I get the people like, look, I just want to play a game with out of the park baseball. You've got it. You can't be, and I know you're not afraid of the game. It's not that, but some people are. It's an extremely complex game, and you really got to get your hands dirty. Luckily for me, as I've said many times, the one thing that out of the park does without you having to do a single thing is it plays 19th century and dead ball perfectly. But ironically, those are two eras that people don't really care about, and it's too bad because it plays it better than any other digital baseball game I've played. It does dead ball tactics. It's scary. It just does it right. But you got to get your hands dirty with out of the park baseball. And
Right.
and it's a time investment that people are like, well, and I'm not knocking out of the park. It's my favorite baseball game. But the thing is, you know, I can understand the argument for people, but I don't want to spend this time doing this. I want to install a season and I want to play it. Or for a cards and dice guy, look, I just want to buy the seasons like David Baseball Demos doing his his strat unboxings. I want to buy this, I want to sort the cards, I want to play the game. I don't want to get my hands dirty. And you look at some of those menus in out of the park baseball, and that's why I've done a number of tutorials in that game, and I'm no expert on it at all. Mike Garland, Mike Silva, those guys know out of the park baseball like nobody's business. But one night I had Mike on here, Mike Garland, and he was getting deep into, and it was kind of freaking me out too, because I'm like, oh my God, I didn't know you could do that. And Mike's explaining all this stuff. I knew because I've been playing the game since 1999. I buy it every year. I play it a lot. It's my most played game on Steam, and I've got a big Steam library, brother. But I do get that it is. There's just I forget which part of the billion menus that it has or whatever. But you look and there's this screen full of stuff, and I think when people start messing around with out of the park baseball, they see that and they're like, I can't do this. It's I this like it's like designed by NASA. But a game with that kind of complexity, you're going to have that. Even action PC baseball is I think, a lot deeper than people realize. And you use action PC baseball to do research for your projects, and that's a damn deep game too. It looks easy on the surface, but Steve Tate kind of did the same thing with that game, as did Mike Garland. But I wanted to ask you, you see John's question on there. Have you ever tried season ticket baseball?
I've seen season ticket played a lot, and I
Uh huh.
think it's an awesome game. It's not for me. There's a couple of nuances about season ticket I'm not a fan of. So I will not be playing season ticket. I won't be playing season ticket baseball. I mean, Craig Dreslock has put together a terrific baseball game. It is wonderful. I've seen it played by David Baseball Demos. I've seen it played by by what is it? By Uncle Dave Gardner. Okay, I've seen it played, and it's a terrific game. But
Hmm.
I don't like. There's a couple of things about the system I'm not a fan of. So I'm not interested in the game that much.
Not going. I would do it if he would retire Baseball Mogul and make a PC version of season ticket. I would do it in a heartbeat because Baseball Mogul is just it's got to go. It's done. It's seen its glory days. Probably 7, 8 years ago.
At one point, Baseball Mogul was actually the top baseball sim.
It
At,
was.
it was a long time ago until, well, Out of the Park showed up,
Yeah.
and Out of the Park and Action PC Baseball got better. Okay,
Oh
not
yeah.
not no better is not the word. More advanced as it is as because every year Dave Cook is always adding something to the game.
Oh,
All
I
right,
know. It's
I've seen
nuts.
Baseball Mogul, and there's just something. I don't want to knock Clay Dreslock. I think he's a heck of a guy, and I know he put.
Hmm.
And obviously, the guy is a genius. You can't create a base. You got to know what you're doing when you're creating a PC game and a cards and dice game. Obviously, you got to have some brains in order to do that.
Well,
So
he's been around, brother. I mean, he's one of
around
the
for
people that was on Don Daglow's
right,
team for old time baseball.
right. He's the man's a mastermind. I just just something I've seen Baseball Mogul played. It's missing a lot.
Well, not only that, it's not only missing. It's and it's also for somebody like me. It's very limiting in what
Very
I
limiting.
want to
But
do. It's very
as
limiting.
but as limiting as Baseball Mogul is, I still take that over the Stratomatic PC game. At least
Oh,
this game,
oh, hell yes,
game
hell
is in the
yes.
21st century. Stratomatic PC is still in the DOS ages.
Oh my God, please! I know, right? Again, thank you, ID Jester, for the. How many years ago did he do that rant? I mean, he's right. It's you can't argue with it.
I
So let me ask you a question. I mean, you know, you're big into inside pitch and inside pitch advanced, okay? But that being said, there's no game that's perfect. I don't care whether you're playing digital or cards and dice baseball, because I could tell you easily what I would like to see improved in out of the park baseball, and I will. But first, if you could go to Chris and say for inside pitch advanced, these aren't criticisms of the game, but what is there? Could you say that there's anything missing or something that you feel is could be improved with inside pitch advanced that you would like to see?
with his game system as it is now, I do not think there really is anything more he
Okay.
can do to the system to really improve it. The only I have he has the splits down to a point where I think it's now 20 at bats. He can do splits for right and left, and
Right.
20 innings pitched. He can do splits from right and left. If they're any lower than that,
Hmm.
still makes one card for he still makes one card for each player. He did now have traded players, which he didn't have for regular inside pitch, which was a suggestion of mine
Okay.
that he was not planning on doing that until I said, if you're going to go all in on inside pitch advanced and you really want to make this the best game it can, you need to have traded players. So it doesn't mean that you have to create a separate stat card for each player if you want to. If you want to take one player and he had a 350 and he had a 300 batting average, okay, you could just take that one player and you could use that card, okay, for the other team if you want. So just if he played for the Indians, but he also played for the Yankees, you make that same player just in a Yankee and an Indian card with his color, and
Hmm.
then a Indian card and an Indian card with his color. But
Right.
then he decided, well, if I'm going to do that, let me see what the difference is, how they performed on one team compared to what they did on another team. And I'll give you an example: 1984's Rick Sutcliffe. Rick Sutcliffe on the Indians stunk. Rick
Hmm.
Sutcliffe on the Cubs was brilliant.
Yep.
So, all right, so they they needed to. So he kind of gave himself a limiter or a borderline. So if a player performed at a much different level than what he did from one team to another team, he'll create another card for that player and put him in that team's colors. Because remember, he uses team colors. Not every game system does that. Strat does.
Exactly. Yeah.
Apple doesn't do that.
Nope.
Uh,
Nope.
let's A payoff pitch does have the colors, but lightly, but they're on the cards. Fall classic doesn't do that, but fall classic, however, does have cards for their player on different teams. Yes, all right, they do get every player there. Fall
Hmm.
classic is one of the guys that do that. All right, but and still a great game system. But the thing, he but that was an idea that he wasn't thinking about. I said, if you really want to go all in on this, you need to do that, because a lot of players are kind of a little bit annoyed that, okay, here comes Rick Sutcliffe. He's pitching for the Chicago Cubs, but you have him in a Cleveland Indians card. And
Right.
that's how I did it. That's how I did it with inside pitch. I always said, if a player came up to bat or was a pitcher, I said, I always announce to the chat. I say, here's Ricky Henderson. Today Ricky Henderson. I mean, I could be playing a game between the Oakland Athletics and the Baltimore Orioles, but Ricky Henderson could be in a Yankee uniform, a Yankee card. Here's
Yeah.
Ricky Henderson. He will be traded to the New York Yankees later, but he is on Oakland now. So I always, I always had that give that caveat.
Sure.
When I had to do those cards. I don't have to do that in inside pitch advanced because he has a card for everybody. All right.
Right.
If there was, he's got pitcher hitting cards now, so he no longer has to create pitcher specific pitcher hitting cards for each pitcher.
That's a lot of work. Yeah.
That helps. I mean, Stratomatic has pitcher hitting cards. I
Yep.
don't see anybody bitching about them, so
No.
I have no problem with him using pitcher hitting cards. Although I did tell him that if you want to do that, depending on some pitchers, you may want to create a card for them. For instance, maybe what was it? Don Drysdale had a 300 batting average, I think, in 1 year for the
He's a good
Dodgers.
hitter.
I think. What was it? 1999. Mike Hampton batted over 300 for the Astros in 99.
Don Newcomb in 1955.
Don Newcomb. So depending on how good the pitcher really was at the plate, you
Right.
may want to create a hitting card for him. Just depending on, obviously you'll do it for Shohei Ohtani, obviously.
Well, yeah.
You know, but for other pitchers that were really good at the plate, okay, that batted over 300 or something, you may want to just create a pitcher hitting card for them. But
Sure.
the rest of the pitchers just leave regular pitcher hitting cards, and so far nobody's bitched. So you know that's
Yeah.
fine. But if as I look upon it, I think I like the idea of the no runners and the runners in scoring position module that he now put in there. So a pitcher can control if the can turn hits into outs or
Mhm.
outs into hits. All right, depending if there's runners on base or not. There's the home run ability where now the home run ability. So now if a pitcher is good with against home runs with nobody on base, he could lower a home run rating. If the pitcher is not as good with runners on base, he could raise the home run rating, which I like. That's a nice touch. There is you now have a chance to rob home runs at the ballpark. You know you know if you roll an 8 and you're the player on the home team in a range play, you're always going to make the play. Um, you know, and it was something. It would be some. It would be how can I say? It was as I look at it. There are a couple of. I'll tell you more. He has a good amount of rare plays, but I have found a couple of rare play, not errors, but some clarification issues in the rare plays that,
Mhm.
that I think he needs to address. I think he needs more rare plays, but I'm fine with what he has right now. Um,
Sure.
you know, his base run. I love the base running mechanic. You don't have to worry
Mhm.
about calculations. Roll the dice and roll the dice, and there you go. And what happens with you'll find out what the player did. I'm thinking there may be a bit too many outfield assists. There may be a
Okay.
few outfield assists so far. I'm getting a lot of thrown outs, but
So
even
can you mitigate those by any sort of house? You could mitigate those
I
with a house
could,
rule, couldn't you?
but the thing is, I don't really want to mess with his system as a whole. As a matter of fact,
Okay.
I am playing rules as written. Okay, I am playing rules as
Okay.
written for this system. I've not really made any house rules to change any of the rules that are there. There are a couple of things I do make a decision on, but it's not because it's a house rule. Because I think it is a it's a common sense baseball rule. So if I find something
Sure.
that's a common sense baseball rule, I might make a decision on that, and you know so I think that as far as I can tell, really, I can't really see any way to improve inside pitch advanced to where
Okay.
it can be. I just don't think I could. I think this is the most immersive baseball tabletop game you can play. All right, there's a lot that is going on. Yes, it's not just run, roll, and you're done. Okay, you really do have to pay attention to what's on the card. You do have to know what the rule is in certain instances to resolve a play. The play is still always resolved by the dice. It is not resolved any the only there's no there is no chart that resolves a play except for the bunt chart. The bunt chart and the squeeze bunt chart are the only charts that resolve a play. Everything else is run. Every play is run by the dice. The dice decide whether your player gets a strikeout, whether he gets a home run, when he gets a hit, whether he steals a base, whether he is out, whether there is a balk or a pickoff. The dice decide everything. It's not like, okay, 33. Let me go take a look at the chart and see what happens. The only thing, you'll have a chart that, yeah, you have a chart, okay, but the chart only tells you how the play ends. It doesn't, like for base running and things like that. All right, but it does not resolve the play. There is no chart that says base hit, single to left, single to center. No, it's not like APA or anything like that.
Sure.
Okay, it's not like APA. All right, where you have to look at a chart to see what happens because all the cards are on. The thing about it is, you could, if you don't have any chart, if you didn't have a single chart for inside pitch and all you had were cards, you could still play a game. You
Right.
could still play a game without any of the charts. You could just use basic, fundamental baseball rules. A single, everybody goes one base. A double, everyone goes two bases. All right, and that's it. I mean, you're not. There's going to be some things, of course, you won't have that privy to, but yeah, if you had a set of inside pitch cards, pitchers and batters, you could play a game totally without the charts. You could, all right, you could, but APA, well, if you don't have the chart book, all you got is cards, you can't play.
Right.
You can't
Good point.
play because all you got is the cards with a whole bunch of numbers on it. Okay,
Right.
So I rolled a 31 and it says 11, okay, or 12 or 13 or 14. It said, okay, what does that mean? So that's the thing about it. For APA, you must have the chart book, okay? And of course, some people, now, of course, if you're smart, like Tony Porter, where once you get instead of having the book, you immediately get all the results of the plays, print them out, and just have the chart right next to you, and you just, or the Merino boards and things like that for APA. But because he's just a mastermind as well of what he does, and and same thing for our Red Sox fan. He does the same thing too when he does APA. But for inside pitch advanced, I don't think he can do any more than what he's done. A couple of nuances. He shows how many times a player pinch hit against a certain handedness of a pitcher. That is very useful when it comes to deciding on which pinch hitter to use.
Sure.
So that's a nice touch. Also, how many of the at bats on how you have at bats. How many times they batted against a righty or a lefty, which can help me create a right-handed or a left-handed lineup. Which I wasn't able to do before. Okay, in my postseasons for regular inside pitch. This will be the first postseason. When I get to the postseason 1980, I will actually be able to create total left and right-handed lineups. Okay, for these teams when I choose my 26-man rosters, because I do 13 batters, 13 pitchers. Okay, I'll be able to actually choose. Okay, to create lefty and right-handed lineups by depending on how many times that batter batted against the lefty or right-handed pitcher. So I'll have to be able to create, which means a little bit more diversity in the lineups. Most of the time, I always use the same lineup throughout the entire postseason. Okay, for some teams, I still may have that, but now I can look at the cards and say, okay, this guy did more at bats against lefties than he did, and that I said, okay, I can actually platoon here a little more, and I may get some more interesting results.
Sure.
So that way. So I'm looking forward to this 1980 postseason when I create the postseason rosters for every team.
It's going to be good, man. And looking forward to tomorrow night. It's going to be a lot of fun.
And he also went ahead and on his pitcher cards, he now has a section where when the pitcher entered early innings, middle innings, late innings, or saves. So
nice.
that helps you decide maybe what pitcher to bring in a certain situation. All right, that's not bad either. So he added these nice nuances that makes inside pitch advanced, I think I said the most immersive game you can play. The only issue that he has now is he's got to get seasons out. And right now, I
Right.
mean, we got 6 very good seasons. I mean, 24, 2024, 2025. So if you want to play the most current season you can, okay. 1984, a great baseball season. You know, Tigers winning the World Series that year, a
Yep.
good Mets team, a good Padres team, you know,
Oh yeah.
still a good Yankee team, a young Dwight Gooden, 1984, 1980, the season I'm playing because they came up for the selection show. A young Ricky Henderson, a great Phillies club, a great Royals club, a good Baltimore club, a good Yankees club. 1978, of course, a great year. Ron Guidry he was a master on the mound that year. A great Yankees team, Dodgers team, another great Royals team, 78. And now it just did 1964. Okay. A Koufax, one of the Koufax years, another good Yankee club, a good Dodger club. Still, he just needs to get seasons out. And I told him, I said, you got to get seasons, and really, you need to be working on these seasons to get as many. I told him, I said, you really need to get one season per month out if you can. If you can do one season per month, in 5 years, you will have your entire inventory that you have for inside pitch advanced.
Mhm.
Okay. You will have your whole inventory. That'll be 60 seasons. He needs to get one season per month. And right now he's actually out of the game because he released inside pitch advanced in November, and he released it for 3 seasons: 24, 84, and 78. All right. So November, December, January. Now February, March. For January, he really released 1980 because that was a season that came up for selection, and I needed him to create that season so I could play it. All right. 2025, he just released. Okay. And if you want to say 20, and you want to say 1964, I would say 64 would be for February, and 2025 would be for March because you're about to start the next baseball season, in real life. So you release the previous year, okay, to start the new season, when you start a brand new year, in real life. So right now, I told him he's ahead of the game. So you got 6 seasons out in 5 months. So if you want to take a break and then start working on a season for April, which I kind of told him maybe a season from the 90s, maybe
Right.
1994. That's a quick year. Okay, 94, or maybe 98. Something like that. Or maybe if you want, maybe the season I just finished, 1999. Okay,
Sure.
he's that's that if right now that would be the only thing. I mean, I told him I'd help him. I told him I'd help him. I don't do much here of anything here in my home after I, stream. I said, hell, I mean, if you gave me the information I needed to do, I could go ahead and help you create these seasons for you. I could create one team a night, okay, compile it, send it over to Chris, let him look it over, see
Mhm.
Raider. He sends it back to me, and I said, okay, this is what I come up with, and I can email it to you. You look it over, see if it's right. I said, okay, great, and then done. But I told him, I said, I'd be more than happy to help for free.
Yeah.
Free because I love the game and
Yeah.
and while I'm playing it. So but that's right now the thing he's got to do. He's got to get seasons. But right now, because of the printer issues, he's not able to print seasons out. So, and some people are a little bit annoyed. I want to tell these people, look, okay, you can still get the PDF. First of all, it's a lot cheaper. All right. And you can either you can print it out yourself, all right, or B, you can take it to somewhere, have it professionally printed if you want, all right, and go with that for the time being until you can do printed seasons.
Sure.
It's beginning to take a toll on Chris, but
Yeah.
I have faith in him that he will make the right decision for himself. Because remember, he's got a family too, so
Sure. Oh, I
so-
get that.
but that's how I got it there. So that's what's happening with Inside Pitch.
Good stuff, man. And I mean, obviously your love of the game and everything like that. And I mean, with Chris having somebody, again, just because you're bringing that exposure to people night after night after night, and one of the things that I really love that you do that I've thought, I don't know how that would translate to a digital game. So that's why sort of the tutorials I do is just kind of, how to do things. But I love how you'll do those explainer games, do the longer streams. And even though I don't have the game, I've got to say that were I to, once he releases 1949, I will. But
Well,
I feel that I could actually play. I could, like, okay, I've got to, I've watched you play it enough now that I really, and this is so an attaboy to you, that I feel I could play inside pitch baseball.
here's the thing.
I have a good understanding about a game I don't own, and that's a
Well,
great job.
the thing about computerized inside pitch, Craig Scarborough is actually working on a program called Sim 9, and this is actually an inside pitch computer game that actually does have an AI to it.
Oh wow.
Craig Scarborough apparently is a computer genius. Yeah, obviously, the man can write can code. So right,
Hmm.
so he can code, and he's creating this game where you can actually play inside pitch, but with an AI.
Okay.
So it's not like the inside pitch game that Bill Psalm has, because that's completely it's completely straight solitaire. You have to roll the dice, in the game system, and then click on what came up. But um, this one here, Sim 9, is supposed to be able to play inside pitch
Oh
advanced,
wow.
okay, and with an AI system. He does have. If you look up his channel, Craig Scarborough, he does have demonstrations of this, and it's pretty cool, including a 10-minute ticker.
Wow.
So
That's
I got to give
cool.
that man some credit for helping Chris out, and but I believe that Chris will make the right decision. And I gave him my thoughts on I gave him my thoughts on what have my suggestions. Okay, and he'll make the right decision. But until then, I'm still gonna plot. I'm still gonna go ahead and continue what I'm doing here. I'm still in the middle of 1980. Okay, the All Star game is tomorrow night. I still have at least another month and at least another month and a half of regular season baseball before we get to the postseason, which will
Sure.
probably start early March. When I get through it, we still got. We're about to start July. We're in July right now for 1980, which is moving along fine. So I don't know what the next season I'll be doing yet, because I have to have the selection show to decide to put
Right.
out 4 seasons to be voted on. The reason why 1980 got voted was because and I didn't roll dice for that. Now I usually roll dice to decide which season's going to be, but 1980 got 55% of the vote.
Right.
And that was such a majority that more than half the people for my next season wanted 1980 so bad that I said, I cannot, I think it would be a disservice, okay, to have more than half the voters to still roll dice. And if 1980 doesn't come up, all right, it just sounds like a disservice. So I said, that's why when I did my season reveal show, I said, okay, we're gonna roll dice to see which season's gonna be, but well, we're not gonna do that. I'm not gonna roll dice. 1980 is gonna be your next season because more than half of you wanted me to play that next, and that's what I decided to do. Now, if the next season the selection code comes up where I got like a season with like 38%, 33%, 20%, 15%, then yes, the dice need to be rolled. But from now on, anytime I get a season that has more than half the votes, I can't roll dice. I have to go by the will of the voters, and that's
Oh
why
yeah.
1980 got selected. Which I have no problem. 1980 is a great year. It's and you brought up a thing about 1947 and 1949 and such. And
49. Yeah.
1947 was a season that was on the list. But I'll be honest, I went through 1947.
Hmm.
I looked at it, and I didn't know who any of those guys were. There were only a few that the names rang a bell, but
Okay.
most of those players, I had no idea who they were.
and
Okay.
and that's and that and so to my point earlier that that so folks like me that are going back into the first half of the 20th century looking for baseball, I realize I'm in the minority. And so for Chris to actually put in that kind of time for a season that only maybe a small, right, I mean, there's just not many people, and I get that. I really, really do. I mean, I can always wish, but I mean, for me, if you show me a 1947 roster, and this has, so don't take this the wrong way, because I love studying older baseball. I can look at those players. It's like, yeah, this makes sense. Show me a 1902 roster. I know these guys. Show me a 2021 roster, and I'll be like, well, not so much that, but I'll tell you where I got nailed is one night I had Strat Max up here, and I said, okay, let's pick just two teams from baseball history and let's do it. Tim named two expansion teams. I knew out of those two rosters, it was the Expos and the Mariners. So the 69 Expos and I guess the 77 Mariners. I knew three players total on both teams. I'm like, expansion teams, man, I'm so bad. So I know what you're saying about looking at a 1947 roster.
I mean,
So if somebody's coming out with a baseball game and saying, hey, man, we've got the seasons from, uh, you know, whatever, the expansion teams. But if somebody said we have, we're going to start out with the first seasons, 2021 through 2025, you're not going to catch me. I'm going to be like, okay, well, when you start doing some 70s, now I do know that Inside Pitch has some, which is one of my favorite baseball decades, 1970s. I've thought, okay, it's going to take forever, if ever, 1949. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe I should look and see what he has available in the 1970s. It's a great baseball decade. It really is.
The earliest season I did so far was 1961. So I did
Right.
1961, but I
Mhm.
knew how those. I mean, 1961. I know who Roberto Clemente was. Veda,
Of course.
Ken
Of
Boyer,
course.
Hank Aaron, K-Line, Frank
Yeah.
Robinson, Mickey Mantle, Willie Mays, Eddie Matthews.
Yeah.
I knew who these guys were. Okay,
Yeah.
I knew who I knew who the pitchers were that year. I mean, I knew who Warren Spahn was, Kurtz, Jim Bunning, Whitey
Right.
Ford, Bob Gibson. I knew Sandy, of course, Koufax before Drysdale. I knew who these guys were, but when I looked ahead, I said, okay, let's go to 1947.
Right.
I brought up, so I went to Baseball Reference. I looked up 1947,
Yeah.
and I brought up some of the players that were in that, and I looked. I said, okay,
Right. I
let's
get it.
see,
You knew Jackie, of course.
well, yeah, Jackie Robinson, of course. But let's say, for instance, my 1947 opening day game. If I was going to do 1947,
Right.
okay, if that game had come out in 1947, my opening day game was going to be the Detroit Tigers versus
Mhm.
the St. Louis Browns on and that would have been a day on
Ooh.
that was
Okay.
April 15th, 1947.
Right.
Only reason why I chose that game was
Uh-huh.
because of the one pitcher I knew, Hal Newhouser.
Oh, Hall of Famer, buddy. Yeah.
Hal Newhouser. Yes, I knew it was a Hall of Fame. But I look at the Tiger lineup and the Browns lineup, and Tigers in that game had
Well, the
had
Browns suck in 1947, so you're
Eddie
not
Lake,
going for those guys,
George
right?
Kell, Roy Cullenbean, Vic
So
Burt,
George Kell, hell of a player, man.
Eddie Mayo,
Yep.
Bertie Tebbetts.
Yep.
And then I look at the Browns lineup, Jerry White. Well, I got to tell you right now, I have no idea who these guys are.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have no idea who these guys are.
Now if you're gonna play the Brownies, you gotta, again, you've got to get back to old timey baseball, and you got to play, the Browns in the 20s. But
Right.
then again, but that you know what? It's just about one's wheelhouse. So I'll look and I'll say, yeah, oh my God, Ken Williams, George Sisler, Urban Shocker, Baby Doll
Right.
Jacobson. I know these guys,
If we
but I wouldn't know the 1947 Browns either. So
right, I choose another thing here. So like the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Chicago Cubs. So I look at those guys. I
Yeah.
mean, Hank Greenberg. I look at the Pirates lineup for that.
That's the end of his career,
Hank
right?
Greenberg, Ralph Kiner. Of course, I know those guys.
Oh yeah,
The Cubs had Andy Pafko.
yes.
All right, but the rest of these guys: Billy Herman, Frankie Gustine, Wally
Yeah.
Westlake, Don Johnson. I have no idea what these guys are. So
Sure.
the only issue was if 1947 had come up to be, I would have been saying, okay, coming up to bat for the Pirates is Jim Russell, center fielder. I have no idea who this bum is. Okay,
Right.
that's 1947 was difficult. I would have done it. I would have a lot of fun playing 1947. I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
Okay, but it would have been difficult because I have no idea what the players are. Now, like you said, going back in time to like the dead ball era, to the
Hmm.
10s, the 20s, the third, and even maybe the 30s, where of course everyone's heard about Babe Ruth, George
Well, yeah.
Sisler, Lou Gehrig, Walter Johnson, Shoeless Joe Jackson,
Right.
Eddie Seacott,
The usual suspects. Right.
the usual suspects, the great, Lefty Grove, the greatest players of all time. Of
Hmm.
course, I get that. All right, I don't think I would have had a problem doing a season from 1900 to the 1930 or maybe 1930 or 33 or something. But
Sure.
the between the maybe 35
Uh
to
huh.
maybe 55 might have been a little bit difficult because those are seasons that I really don't know much about. I
Well,
will
and
say,
the 40s are tough too because you had the dark year, 1943, right, was just right, because 42 was still a good baseball season. World War II is
World
just
War II was in
kind
full.
of getting started in 40, right, because December we get attacked, but we actually, so but 43, 44, but then right, but 1945 everybody's coming back. 46 is a hell of a season, but they're tough because of those war years. And actually, even for a dead ball fan, 1918 is a tough season. It's the only season where there was a World Series in September
Yep.
because Woodrow Wilson's work or fight order. But I get that. Look, I'll tell you what, Robert, and I've been very transparent, very open about this on the channel. 1960s baseball, I'm really weak with 1960s baseball, which is funny. Being a Beatles fan, you'd think everything 60s, but 1960s baseball, I'm getting there, but that's really such a weak decade for me. I can't even name all the World Series winners in the 1960s decade. That's sad. But I can name everybody who won in the 1910s. So what the hell? In the 1920s. But there's something about the 60s I just kind of I'm getting, I don't know, maybe it's because, right, because you think, okay, but a lot of these 60s teams were building to what was going on in the 70s. But I guess I incorrectly look at the 1960s as kind of the foundation, right? Because as a Pirates fan, I see there's Willie Stargell, there's, of course, Don Clendenin playing for the Pirates in the 60s. You had, Clemente, whatever. But it was like I went from the 50s, jumped over the 60s, and went to the 70s. Sort of like that line in Field of Dreams where she says, "No, you had two 50s and went straight on into the 70s." That's what the hell I did. But the 1970s, exciting, man. You had you had pitching speed, power. You had the 70s was such a great decade for baseball, just
No,
studying it. But the 60s, I don't know what it is. It's just like it never caught my imagination like other decades have.
I got
I like the 50s better than the 60s. Now, musically, yes, the 60s are the shit, but there you go.
the
So
thing
so
about it.
so I feel you, man. I feel what you're saying.
Doing all these baseball seasons, okay,
Hmm.
and I've done. I mean, I've done a lot. I mean, I've done 61, 69, 72, 76,
Right.
79, 80, 81, 83, 85, 88, 99, 2016. I've done all of these seasons,
Hmm.
and I'll tell you, I have learned by playing these years. I have learned so much about each one of these seasons, and
Oh
yeah,
hell yes.
every baseball season is different.
Oh yeah. Oh
It
my
is
god, yes.
different. I mean, even though 2025, you can play 2025, but 2025 is still different. It's different from 2024.
Oh
Okay,
sure it
and
is.
every season is different. I've learned so much about every one of these seasons I played, and and it still amazes me how I think and of course, in 1994, I did do as a restart, but I never did a full replay on 94. I just did payoff pitch starting like August 12th, 1994, and finished off there. If 1994 was to come up later in a replay, I would do it. Um,
Hmm.
you know, 1985 was the first real full replay I did, and
Oh
I did.
really?
That was when I started with payoff pitch, and then moved to the inside pitch. I was doing one game per 2 days of baseball, but then I
Okay.
found out it took a little too long to play a regular season. Then I went to one game per 3 days of baseball, and I think that's good enough. All right. I
Mhm.
don't want to do one game per. Some people say, well, geez, you can maybe do one game per four. All right. And you get through a season faster. I said, yeah. But then again, that might take away. I want a good amount of regular season games. Okay. One
Oh
game
yeah,
per four. I mean, by doing one game per three, I average between 60 to 70 regular season games. If I went to one game per four, I think my average was somewhere between, I believe, 50 to 60. And I would like to do I like a little more than that.
sure.
And also makes my 10-minute ticker longer. And
Mhm.
although I know a lot of people like my 10-minute ticker when I
I
roll,
love it, man. I love it.
I, I also know a lot of people get a little bored at that point. I get a lot of people that leave. When I'm starting a 10-minute ticker, I'm looking at my counter and I can start with maybe like 20 people when I'm finished the game of inside pitch. But when I do the ticker, suddenly that number drops more than almost sometimes more than half.
Oh
So a lot
wow.
of people are not sticking around for the 10-minute ticker. That's
Okay.
fine. Okay, I only do that so I can show people what the rest of the baseball league is doing. All right, while I'm playing.
Hmm.
10-minute ticker takes maybe about a good 5 to 10 minutes to do. If I add another day to that, it might make it a little too long.
Okay.
And I don't want to call it the 15-minute ticker. So
No, 10-minute ticker sounds. It's
15
yeah.
10-minute ticker sounds better. So I kind of like the one per three, and I'm going to keep it that way.
Good.
Okay, and it still give, like I said, 60 to 70 regular season games. I think that's
Yeah.
good. I've got 2.5 months
Well, if
of
it
regular
ain't broke,
season
don't fix it.
baseball.
Yeah.
Right, 2.5 months of regular season baseball, a month
Right.
and a half of playoff baseball since I have an expanded postseason, and I'm just going to keep it. I think I'll keep it the way it is. Um, I think I'll just keep it the way it is. But
Cool.
yeah, I've learned so much about these seasons. And
Oh
here
yeah.
you're talking about 1949. I'm looking at 1949. This would be a season I think I'd have no issue with because some of these players I actually do know. I
Yeah.
mean, Jackie Robinson, Stan Musial, Slaughter,
And
Ralph.
look at the standings in both leagues. Look who was in the race.
I
That would
know
be.
they
It's
were. I know.
exciting.
I know they
Oh,
were. I know they were very. It was a very exciting pennant race between the Brooklyn Dodgers and the New York Yankees, the Boston Red Sox right
yep.
behind the Yankees, the Cardinals right there. A heck of Cleveland
Cleveland is in the
in the
running.
mix,
Yep. Yep.
Philadelphia in the mix, the Tigers were in the mix. I mean,
Yep.
the Philadelphia Athletics were in the mix. This would be a great. This would be a fun.
It is a good season.
Play.
It's a good season.
This would be a fun season to
Even
play.
had a book written about it. It was that good of a season.
And
Yeah.
you got some, and you got and now. So I'm looking at the pitchers now. Some of these pitchers I don't know who they are, but
Hmm.
I do see Bob Lemon, I do see Warren Spahn, I
Yep.
do see Don Newcomb, I do see Eddie Lopat. All
Yep.
right, I do see Hal Newhauser. I do
See,
know
look at
Ken.
you. You're ready to rock,
You
man.
know,
There you go.
I do see Robin, a young Robin Roberts.
Yep.
Okay, I do see these guys, and of course, in your prime, Bob Feller. Okay, I
You
mean, I
got
do,
DiMaggio near the end of his career, his 2 years.
exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
1949 would be a blast.
Yeah.
1947 might have been a little difficult because I looked through that. I'd say, well, they were still missing a few plus. They were still missing a
Yeah.
few.
Well, I mean, 47 is really, I think for me, 47 is important because of Jackie Robinson, but
Jackie Robinson,
it was
yeah,
kind of an unremarkable season, but 49 is really fun. It really is.
Jackie Robinson, the most exciting player in baseball history.
Well, considering we never got to see the Negro Leaguers play at that part, yeah. But the thing about him, of course, was in the Negro Leagues, they were shocked that Jackie was picked because they said, this guy has such a bad temper, he's going to
Only
screw us all.
can only imagine would have
Uh,
been like to see the greats of Josh Gibson and Satchel
right?
Paige,
And Satch, Turkey Stearns, Bullet Joe
you know,
Rogan, Oscar
Cool,
Charleston,
cool Papa Bell,
Cool Papa Bell, man, right?
Cool Papa Bell. These guys play
Oh,
in the majors.
man.
And unfortunately, because of segregation, all that bullshit back in the
Yep.
day,
Yep.
Major League baseball fans were robbed of some of the
Yeah, they
greatest
were.
players ever seen. I mean,
Somebody talked about that. I was talking to somebody, a customer at work the other day, a big baseball fan, and he's a baseball does the baseball like plays in a league that plays by 1860s rules. But we were talking for a bit about Negro League baseballs, and he said exactly what you said, your exact words. He said, he said, I feel like I was robbed. as a modern baseball fan, he said, "Yeah, I wasn't alive. I mean, none of us here were when the
I'm
Negro
looking.
Leagues existed." But
I'm looking.
I feel robbed because you've got to talk about, okay, you can use the major league equivalencies now to have these players on a level playing field, but you never, to really have that discussion about who was the greatest baseball player of all time, you really, so of course the usual suspects come to mind. Babe Ruth, probably, there, of course, Willie Mays, whatever. Of course, Willie played in the Negro Leagues, but you're talking about Josh and Turkey Stearns and Charleston and Judy Johnson and all these great Negro League players. Martin Diego. Can you really? I don't think that's a discussion that you can ever answer, or a question you could ever answer. I don't know. I mean, I only know that through baseball history that you can make a strong argument that, because Babe Ruth would have made the Hall of Fame as a pitcher had he stayed in Boston. He was a dominant pitcher, and would have done well in the live ball era as a pitcher. But because, the Yankees never faced the Kansas City Monarchs or the Homestead Grays, or or the Pittsburgh Crawfords or what have you, and those great players. Imagine back on the Crawfords, brother, when you had a battery of Satchel Paige and Josh Gibson.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah, and we never, yeah, come on.
I'm looking at 1947 here on Baseball Reference, and now they now include the Negro Leagues into the majors as well.
Yes,
And I'm
yes.
looking at this. I'm looking at these players, and I mean, Ted Williams, okay, led the regular major leagues in batting average, but look at some of these guys above him. Henry Kimbrough with a 385 batting average,
Yep.
Johnny Washington, Archie Ware, and a 23-year-old Cuban comet named Minnie Minoso.
Minoso, oh yeah, how about it?
Minoso, the Cuban comet, who should have been
Yeah,
put in the Hall of Fame a long time ago.
a long time ago. Yeah,
Long time ago.
yeah.
Took them
Well,
that long to put
dude,
them in
don't get me started on Cooperstown.
freaking
Shit.
They don't know. They don't know. They don't know Hall of Famers. They don't. They don't know. Manny Minoso should have been put in long ago. It took Dick Allen should have been put in long ago. And they, I
No,
just
Dave
yeah.
Parker too. I
Dave
mean,
Parker's another one should have been put in long ago. And it's still Keith Hernandez and Don Mattingly are not in.
and that's bullshit. That's
That's
bullshit,
bullshit.
man.
That's bullshit. I just
Yeah.
I don't understand more. I mean, this year I think this is the year that finally Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson and some of the other players are now finally eligible for the Hall because Manfred released them from from being blackballed from now. I mean, I don't know what they're gonna do. I don't know what they're gonna do with Rose. I mean, obviously, I put him in, but if there's any player out of this whole list that was blackballed and now is availably put back in, Shoeless Joe Jackson has got to be the top. To me, has got to be the top dog.
So, and I agree. And since he and Rose are both eligible, I'm fine with that. But Shoeless Joe's got to go in first.
He's got to go in first. Shoeless Joe Jackson. I mean, he was the Willie Mays of his time.
Third
I mean,
highest batting average in baseball history. Come on.
I mean, he was before there was Babe Ruth.
There was
Shoeless Joe Jackson.
and who copied his swing? Babe Ruth.
Yeah, Babe Ruth.
Yeah.
He could hit. He could hit. He could run. He could field. He could throw.
Yep. Just couldn't read.
He just couldn't read, and that's
Yeah.
the thing. But he could. But he had a cannon for an arm. He
Yeah.
had the legs of a gazelle. And
Yep.
boy, the man. And if it wasn't for the and if it wasn't for the dead ball era, I wonder how many home runs he would have hit if it wasn't for dead ball.
So according to, I mean, things that I've read from that day, they said that had Shoeless Joe been able to go into the live ball era, he would have been a serious contender for Babe Ruth's home run title. They said he could hit and hit and hit.
He hit 54 home runs in his career. I think if it went to the live ball era, and he was 32 years old in 1920 when he had to end it. So he would have probably played another 8 or 9, maybe another 9, 10 more years. And he hit 12 home runs in 1920. So I think maybe he could have hit. Maybe he would have reached 200 or 300. I don't think he would have reached 500, but he was already 32 years old when it ended.
Well, you look at that Sox team, right? Since we're sort of talking about, Eddie Seacott, there was a superb pitcher.
Oh, he's a Hall of Famer too.
He's never, but he's
I put Eddie Seacott in the Hall of Fame. Yes.
yeah, but you know what? Joe Jackson's going to be in there because Joe Jackson is, he's an inner circle Hall of
I know.
Famer. Let's face it. But Seacott's never going to get in. He's not going to get in.
He'll probably not get it. But the first person that needs to be inducted is Shoeless. I
Yeah.
say what you want about Pete Rose, and yes, Pete Rose, better be getting there too. But if there's right now the top of the list of all of these players that have finally been released that can go into the Hall of Fame, Shoeless Joe Jackson has got to be my number one. As I said,
You're right.
he was Willie Mays before Willie Mays even existed.
He was.
He
was.
And it was just, and what really just I wonder how much he would be worth today.
Shoeless Joe, you'd have to give him a city. I mean, oh my God, what do you pay a guy like this?
He had a 356 batting average,
third highest,
54 home runs. But if you try to inflate it to today's baseball, his batting average would be around the same. He probably was around 200, 300. He would have 3,000 hits. He had 1,700 when he retired. He would have had 3,000 hits. Okay, easy. All right.
Well, Ty Cobb, who was never free with praise, praised Jackson to the high heavens. He's the greatest baseball player ever.
Oh yeah, no. Ty Cobb gave Shoeless Joe Jackson him the highest praise he could.
God.
And coming from Ty Cobb,
that's bloody huge, brother. Mark is in here. So Mark, he says, unless you're mistaken. So this is like an every year thing during the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's what. And so it started as kind of this weird Ken Castro. I was explaining to him, Mark, how this started. So every year of my life, I don't like American football. So I would always just do something baseball related on Super Bowl Sunday, whether it was read a book, watch some baseball movies, play some baseball games, whatever. And so when I got to America, and I already had this channel going for about a year or so, and was talking to Ken Castro, I said, yeah, I guess. He said, why don't you just do a broadcast? I'm like, you'll be the only one here. And he said, well, so what? Do it anyhow. And I was actually shocked. That was only like a 2-hour thing. But we did, pardon me, the first game was a Federal League game, the Chicago Whales and the Pittsburgh Rebels, the Pittsburgh club. And then people were like coming in after that game that night. And I'm like, okay, what the hell? So we redid the infamous Bucky F. Dent game in 1978. And I did take 2 years off from this channel, but this has been an every year thing. So, but not 12 straight hours. I took 2 hours off. So together, Dwayne Martz, he still holds the record in YouTube. Dwayne, I think you did like 8 hours or something straight. I think you still have the record. So, and no baseball. I don't know if I'm doing. I know where I'm going to be tomorrow night at 8:00. I'm going to be at the All-Star game. But thanks for coming in, Mark. Finally did catch your with Tabletop Sports. You guys, Mark has something just amazing in the works about our hobby, and we're talking serious production values, the whole thing. So keep a lookout for that. It's going to be amazing when it happens. So of course, what will happen, Robert, is after Mark does it. I'm sorry, guys, I've been missing all kinds of comments here. Top of the list, Mark says should be Barry Bonds. I still say Joe Jackson first. I mean, and Robert made a good point earlier, Mark, that I think you guys would agree on, right? So these guys in 1998, they did bring baseball back. I remember, and you guys, whoever your team was, your team spokesman, I remember Jay Bell, because I was hoping beyond hope. Okay, they're going to work this out. And I remember Jay Bell saying, as the representative for the Pittsburgh Pirates, we're suspending, and I was like heartbroken. The only thing that came out good in 1994, I'm sorry, was the Ken Burns documentary. So Buck O'Neill, also, we got to give him some credit. Another man that the Hall of Fame screwed over, by the way. He's in, but posthumously. But I mean, I was with you, Robert, in the fact that for a while, I'm like, screw Bonds and Clemens and these guys. But you know what? They did bring it back, man. They put
They bring
they,
it
they
back.
put asses in the seats, brother.
They put asses back in the seats, and that's why I'm saying, you know what? Screw the steroids. Just put them in the hall where they belong. And that's I just like I was talking about that, and some people still disagree with me. But I said, well, they cheated. They cheated. I said, yeah, but
It's baseball.
it's baseball,
It's baseball,
and maybe they did. But let me tell. But here's the thing. Here's the thing about here. I got a question. I got any baseball fan, or I'll say this: when you were when you were watching the 1998 season, which I was, okay,
right.
when Mark McGuire hit a blast or Sammy Sosa hit a blast, did anybody care at that time that they thought they were cheating? I think the answer is no.
Right.
Nobody cared. Okay, all they wanted to do was see McGuire hit a bomb, or Sosa hit a bomb, or Bonds reach 70. Okay, at the
Yeah.
time, 70 home runs.
I was so
Okay,
invested in that whole season, that home run
so
race.
I said, you know what, and I would probably, if I went to a guy and say, hey, look, Mark McGuire is taking steroids, and they'll probably say, I don't give a shit. I want to see him hit. You know what?
Well,
You got to
so
bring.
here's the thing.
You got to
Here's
bring
the
that
thing.
back.
I don't I'm not an advocate of like go ahead guys, let's bring back the PEDs or whatever. But the thing is so my evolution of thought, I think similar, and I think similar to a lot of baseball fans, is this: that a PED. So let's say, Robert, you and I were of playing age, and we somehow made it to the show, and so we're hanging out back in the late '80s and early '90s, and right, some dude comes up in the locker room and they say, "Hey, Robert, try this." You're not going to go out and hit 70 home runs, brother, because you know what? The talent still has to be there.
Right, exactly. That's the one thing I always mention. I said, well, Barry Bonds, he had help with the PEDs. I said, yeah, but there's one thing the PEDs don't help you do. You still have to put your bat on the ball,
You still have to
and
put your bat in the ball.
still,
Hardest damn thing to do in sports.
you
Yep.
still have to hit the ball at a certain angle in order to send it out. If
Yeah.
I swing the bat as hard as I can, but I swing a straight perpendicular, a straight parallel bat with the ground, that ball is not going to go out of the park. It may go out of the infield and maybe in the outfield, okay, but that ball is not going out of the park. I may just hit a nice line, a hard line drive or a grounder, okay. If I swing up, okay, I'm beating that ball into the ground. I would say swing down. But if I swing up at a certain angle, trying to launch the ball, that's the only way you're hitting that ball out. You can
Damn
only
right.
if you watch the game of TV and you see the ball leave the batter's bat at a 45-degree angle hard, you know that ball is probably out of the park.
Oh,
Okay,
absolutely.
if it's
And
45 degrees, it's gone. All
and
right.
I like what Mark has to say here. He says he's not saying McGuire gets in, but Bonds, yeah, great 5-tool player. And let's face it,
Yeah, no, that's
I
fine.
mean, I mean, come on, the dude gets walked with the bases loaded.
Right.
Okay, yeah,
And
put him in.
you still got to play the field.
You're still going to play the
And you're
field.
still in the outfield. And remember, you're in the
Yeah,
National League. You're still playing the field. There's no DH yet. So
right, right.
so like I said, I understand it, but as I said back in 1998, I don't think anybody, if anybody knew they were using PEDs at the time, I don't think anybody gave a damn. I think they just wanted to see a great home run chase between McGuire and Sosa,
And Sammy, yep.
and then of course in 2000, what was it? 2000, I think it was 2002 or 2000. I think it was 2002 to see if Bonds if he can hit 70. All right, the 70 home run chase for Bonds. Okay, so you know what? Maybe I say right now that I'm thinking about that. No, they shouldn't get in because of PEDs. You know what? After all those years of saying that, I retract that argument and I say, you know what? Put them in. Just put them in because without them, baseball doesn't get back on the
Yeah.
map.
Mark, I remember,
Right.
yeah, as a Pirate fan, and we saw, and look, yeah, we you look at Barry Bonds with the Pirates, what he looked like physically, and you look at Barry Bonds after a couple seasons with the Giants. He's a giant. He literally, he
He's a
wasn't a big
monster.
dude with the Bucks, but
No, with the Bucks, he was thin. Look at
but
McGuire. Look at Mark McGuire. Here's a
yeah.
question. Take Mark McGuire's 1985 Topps rookie card when in the USA uniform he's wearing. Okay,
Hmm.
all right, and then look at his card. Look at
Yeah.
his 1999 Topps baseball card. All right, and look
Hmm.
at him then.
Right.
Two totally different human beings.
So Paul's asking, where's then cheating? Let me say this. You talked about muscle mass, but one thing that we also know about the physics of baseball is its bat speed. So in the old days, so like what all-star game was it that they took Babe Ruth and Hannes Wagner's bats, and these guys could barely pick those bats up, right? But you look at Ken Griffey Jr., man, probably I know, come on, can we say the sweetest swing that any of us have ever
He did.
seen?
He had the greatest. I think he had the sweetest swing in baseball history, and the only guy right behind him would have been Darryl Strawberry because his swing was also sweet as well.
And look at their bat speed
Look
through
at
the
their back
strike zone. Fast,
fast,
right?
right?
Imagine if Babe Ruth wasn't swinging. What was his bat? Like 40 some
Yeah,
ounces,
no,
like
it was a
crazy?
tree. He was
It was
swinging.
a
They were
tree.
swinging trees.
Give him Ken
Swinging
Griffey
trees
Jr.'s
back then.
bat, and Babe Ruth hits 900 home
Right.
runs. But
No.
as far as the cheating, Paul, I mean, I look. I mean, I get where you're coming from because I thought they're cheating, but seeing again, so Mark brought up earlier about how Bonds was scary with the Pirates, and he was, but he was this very live, right? But still hitting home runs, stealing bases. Okay, that kind of fell off a little bit, obviously, because of that more mass. Pretty hard. Now, unless Hannes Wagner, big muscular dude, could steal bases like crazy, but you look at the great base stealers. I mean, Lou Brock wasn't like this dude and whatever, but I think that ultimately it's still about the talent. So maybe Barry Bonds doesn't end up the all-time home run king. Maybe he doesn't surpass Hank
I
Aaron.
think I can answer fast action card sports test. So where does it end cheating?
Oh, please do, man.
Here's how I can do it. I think where it ends cheating is intentionally trying to throw a game. All right. And that is cheating. Now what I mean by this is, the 1919 Black Sox scandal, which Eight Men Out, which is my favorite baseball movie of all time because I love that flick.
Hmm.
But I think cheating, if you're using performance enhancing drugs to made to beef you up, make you play better. There are ways to there are legal drugs that they use now, and of course, and mineral and vitamins and all that stuff to make them better. But where does it end cheating? I think it ends cheating when you intentionally don't play your best, and I consider that cheating when you don't intentionally play your best. You are cheating, but
Right.
not for your team, but for the other team. And
Yeah.
I think that's where I think you have to draw the line in cheating. As far as PEDs, right now baseball has a very strict rule on PEDs. Okay, is that if you got performance enhancing drugs, you're not playing for a while. All right, so they clamped down on it. But I'm saying back in 1998 or in 1998 when baseball was making a comeback due to the home run chase, and such,
Hmm.
and they had baseball had, and if baseball knew that they were taking steroids, which I wouldn't be surprised if they were, but but the Mitchell report didn't come out until later. All right, and Jose Canseco didn't blow the whistle till later, which is one of the
Right.
reasons why he's still blackballed. But
Yeah.
it was a shame because Canseco was a hell of a player to watch.
Yeah,
All
he
right,
was.
I loved watching Jose Canseco. He was fun to watch. All right, one of the Bash brothers. But
Hmm.
um, you know, I just feel that suddenly I think baseball got a little scared when the Mitchell report came out, and all of a sudden now all these cheating scandals come out with Bonds and everything. I mean, look, there are some people that are unfortunately not in the Hall of Fame that were not even named in the Mitchell report, but they've been assumed to be taking steroids. Case in point, Gary Sheffield.
Yeah.
Why is Sheffield not in the Hall of Fame with over 500 home runs?
Well, somebody mentioned earlier, and I think that is something we have to consider, that there's that other conversation because look at the relationship with the press that some of these guys have. You talk about like some players. So let's take Joe DiMaggio for instance, right? Hall of Famer, iconic player, but he was not inducted in his first year, and he didn't have the greatest relationship with the New York press. Sheffield and his relationship with the press, not good. Roger Clemens and the press, not good. So I wonder if it's not so much for those guys, the PEDs, as much as it is that the press didn't like them because they were kind of dicks. I
See
mean,
that
Bonds could be a dick, man. He could. Let's, you
Cooperstown
know,
takes off the field personality into consideration when it comes to the Hall of Fame. Hence, Kurt Schilling. All right, Kurt Schilling
yeah,
opened his mouth a little too wide, and one of the reasons why he's not in the Hall is Kurt Schilling Hall of Famer. Yes, he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. He has the Hall of Fame stats. I have no problem with it. Keith Hernandez, is he a Hall of Famer? Yes, he's one of the best first basemen of his time, but unfortunately, he had issues with the press and when he was playing. He's not
sure.
in the Hall. All right, he's the best. He was one of the best first basemen ever. Needs to be in the Hall, no doubt about it. Okay, so
Yeah, but don't hold your breath. Don't hold your
like
breath.
I said, you gotta. I don't. I don't understand it. I get what you want. You want to take the personality of the player as well into account, but then again, all right, what they do off the field is one thing. I really only care what they do on the field. So I mean,
Well, I think we as fans, I think you're right. But who's doing the electing? Journalists, and
right,
that's so.
journalists.
There's that. Therein lies the rub, my
There's
friend.
the rub. It's journalists. It should not be journalists. It's got to be the journalists. I don't. Let me. It shouldn't be journalists. It should be a panel of impartial, okay, voters that look over, and they should. And first of all, they got to know about baseball. And
Well,
I
that
don't want to
helps.
say
Yeah, right.
journalists. Maybe baseball
Yeah,
statisticians.
right.
Okay, maybe get some fans in there too. Get some fans. Okay, impartial fans. All right, that always won't vote for their guy from their favorite team. All right, but statisticians. Moderators. Something that
Right.
that these baseball players did not have any exposure to, and you just
Yeah.
look at the product, the value of the product they did on the field,
Hmm.
and you make your decision that way. Like I said, Gary Sheffield has over 500 home runs.
Yep.
He and Manny Ramirez and a few others. Okay, all right. Man Ram's not in the Hall of Fame. He should be. Okay, Joe. I mean, like I said, Gary Sheffield should be in the Hall of Fame with over 500 bombs. Okay, and JT Dutchman, if you're going to put Bud Selig with notoriety, why would you
Hmm.
not induct those with the home runs? He's right. Okay, JT Dutch is right. So it's this is where she and to go back to Fast Action Cards statement, like when does the cheating when does the cheating stop? Okay, well, the cheating pretty much when it comes to PEDs has stopped in a way because now baseball is really monitoring
Well,
uh,
yeah, they're hyper vigilant now.
vigilant
But so let me
performance.
ask you guys,
Okay,
since
but
since since I'm the only person in here and in this community that is not a fan. I like boxing, but I mean, I'm really a fan of the other team sports. Were PEDs a problem in football or hockey or any of the other major team sports? I'm curious.
that's a good question. I know
Was that ever a thing?
but football, of course, is a much different animal compared to baseball because baseball and football, you're beating the crap out of each other, all right, for
All
60
right,
minutes.
all right.
Okay. And I'm pretty sure of course, their conditioning is much different. A football player's conditioning is much different than a baseball player's
Yeah,
conditioning.
true.
Okay, a football player, all right, has to really be beefy and strong, okay, and be able to take a hit. A
Hmm.
baseball player really needs to, even though you do have some heavy baseball players, yes, but they need to be lean, they need to be flexible, and they need to be fast,
Yeah,
okay, in order to either make plays in the outfield or run the bases, okay.
right.
Yes, they do need to have power so they can hit a ball over the fence, all right, for the home run hitters, or for the ones that are not home run hitters, but are good, they hit for average, over 300 hitters and that such. And if you're
Okay.
lucky to get a player that's like both, all right, if you get players that are like both of them, great, great average hitters like, and hit for home run power like Babe Ruth, Willie Mays, and of course, and then of course you have the players that didn't have that much power, but just had explosive averages. I mean, like Tony Gwynn. Gwynn had a
Right.
little home run power, but he was not up there. He usually didn't go up there to get a home run. He went up there
Well,
to get
that was
it.
Rod Carew. Their job wasn't to hit it out of the park.
So
Right.
still, and Rod Carew, one of the best pure contact hitters there ever was.
Damn right.
And then of course you have the player that's everything, like Mike Schmidt, who was the best third baseman ever. So but it's I guess the cheating. I think there's still cheating because I think some players just just don't play as hard as they want to, and that is cheating. But it might not
That
be
is
for
cheating,
your
yeah.
team, but for the other team. Okay, and baseball I think needs to look at that. Now, granted, baseball is the only sport where you're playing 162 baseball games. All
That's a
right,
grind.
okay, it's a grind. That is a grind. Basketball 82, hockey 82, and soon to be, and next year it's going to be 84. All right, they're going to an 84 game season starting next year for hockey. All right, they're going to
Well, JT brings up Lyle Alzado, and oh my
Alfredo,
God,
there
I
you go.
remember seeing pictures of him toward the end of his life,
Yep.
and you see pictures when he was playing. It's sad, man.
So
Good God.
so of course they're juicing. Of course they were juicing. Basketball players, basketball, you need to be tall. You need to be able to jump high. You need to be able to block. You need to be able to take a hit. Of course, in today's basketball game, all right, you can't be touched. Back in the
Right.
days of Michael Jordan, even before that, Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, okay, basketball players got the shit beat out of them. All right, even sometimes hard fouls weren't called. And of course, in hockey, hockey is just kill the guy with the puck. And
That's true.
that's
Although
that's
they've tamed the game a bit, but
that's
yes.
hockey for you. But they have calmed that down a little bit.
Mhm.
But you have calmed it down. But hockey is, but even hockey has gotten a lot faster. I mean, hockey players. Connor McDavid is probably the fastest player on the ice. All right, and he's coming at you at about 30 miles, at maybe 25 to 30 miles an hour. You got to get ready to smack him if you want to get him off that puck. And sometimes he's got such ability, okay, that he'll just fly right by you, as he's done to my Panthers a number of times in the Stanley Cup. But luckily, my Panthers beat him twice to win it.
Yeah.
This year, my Panthers have too many injuries. We probably may not even make the playoffs, which a lot of people are saying, yeah, you finally ain't gonna make the playoffs. I say, you know what? I would go to every hockey fan out there. Would you take 2 Stanley Cup championships and back to back and deal with not having to make the playoffs for the third year because you were hurt? I think every Stanley Cup fan, every hockey fan would have no problem with that. Okay, I have no issue if the Panthers don't make the playoffs this year due to the injuries and stuff. I say, hey, I got 2 Stanley Cups in a row. I can live on that for 20 years. Okay, I can always go back to the 23-24 and 24-25 seasons when my team was the best. Okay, and they're still the standard in the NHL for hockey. For baseball, it's something. It's something that's it's like the same. Look at the Dodgers. The Dodgers are about to. I don't see anybody beating the Dodgers this
No,
year.
they're going to buy a World Series this year.
You went ahead.
Sorry, JT, but you guys are forking it out this year, buddy.
No, JT, his team, his Dodgers. If you don't take I'm telling everybody, if you don't take the Dodgers to win the World Series for a third straight year, okay, you don't know anything about baseball. I just don't see anybody beating this Dodger team. Okay, I really don't. Besides Ohtani, they added Tucker. They added it's just really the Dodgers here. The only team that will beat the Dodgers this year is the Dodgers. That's the only way. If they make too many mistakes or they do not play their best, they don't play up to the level of play that they did the last 2 years. I don't see anybody beating LA.
I'll tell you what, though, what made the World Series so great this year is because, I mean, look, Toronto came in clearly an underdog and they fought. That's what made that World Series, I think, so great too. Because, I just remember thinking, okay, hey, Jays are a good team, but The Dodgers are going to wipe the floor. I thought the series was going to go 5. And I was impressed. It went 8. I mean, an 18-inning game, and Game 7 was extra inning. The Toronto Blue Jays didn't lay down.
No, the 20. If you're a fan of the Blue Jays, you can be very
Be
you can be very
proud. Be
proud of
proud.
the
Damn right.
2025 Toronto Blue Jays. This season coming up, this is not the same Blue Jay team, unfortunately, that was last year. I'm
Right.
not expecting them to get back to this World Series this time. They did lose a lot of players this coming year.
I
Toronto,
think the Tigers make it for the
I
American League
think
this year.
I think I don't want to make I can't make picks yet because we got the World Baseball Classic coming up.
Good night, Mark.
You could
Thank you.
there could be injuries. You got spring training, there could be injuries. I don't want to make picks, but if I was to make any kind of if I was to make any kind of decisions on any teams that I think were the favorites, the Dodgers definitely would be number 1.
Hmm.
From the Central Division, I think the Brewers are going to take a step back. I like the Cubs this year in the Central. I think the Cubs got a heck of a team. The Reds,
Yeah, as long as they don't wilt.
as long as they don't wilt, but if they don't, the Cubs can actually. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't win this division. I think the Reds got better. Okay.
Yeah.
I never count out the Cardinals. The thing about the Cardinals, you never count them out. You never know how good or bad St. Louis can be. That's a great baseball.
Oh, I know, right?
You know,
Oh my God, it's a weird thing to see. I mean, I'm just forgetting my allegiance to the Pirates for right now, but it's always a bizarre thing when I see the Cardinals in last place. I'm just not.
you're not used to it.
No, who is?
Not used to it.
And I mean, even if you're a Cubs fan, you got to realize. I mean, Cardinals, man, okay, they sucked in the dead ball era, but you start from 1926 and they win their first World Series, won more World Series in the National League than any other team. Cardinals are a tough franchise. And so it was last year or something. And it's like the Cardinals are in the basement. It was so weird. Just so weird.
The thing about your Pirates, you need to
Dude, we need one more bat. We need
you
one
need,
more
you
bat.
and besides that, you need to make sure you're going to have to try to keep Skeens.
We got to lock down Skeens. Oh yeah, nothing has got to give him he's got to give him
You better lock
whatever.
him
Yeah, we got to lock it because he goes to free agency. He's going to go to LA. He's going to go to the Yankees. He's going to go to the Mets.
because Skeens knows that as long as he's in Pittsburgh, unless the Pirates try to build around him, they ain't going to win anything.
Here's the thing. So we had a chance. So Charrington did make some good moves in the offseason. I think Pirates stay healthy where we've got a chance at making life difficult in the National League Central. We're not going to compete this year, but here's the thing. O'Neal Cruz is he tries to do a Kyle Schwarber imitation. He's striking out too much. And this kid has other tools, right? But the Pirates, I'm hoping that because we could have built around Kutch and we didn't. Kutch begged to stay in Pittsburgh and we traded him away. So we missed some of his best years. We had so many great guys that wanted to stay. And now what a lot of free agents are saying is, yeah, the Pirates are offering this, the Pirates are offering that, but we're not really sure they're serious. And McCutchen called out ownership over the winter about this. And that's what's hurting the Pirates is the reputation because the perception, the correct perception, and I'm saying this as a dyed in the wool forever Pittsburgh Pirate fan, is man, they're playing welfare baseball. They're sitting back and Bob Nutting's just collecting those nice, whatever they call those checks there. And there's no incentive. So it's like, all right, you know what? The Pirates need to be held accountable for the money that comes to them from teams like Los Angeles and from teams like everybody. Damn it, right? The Braves. I mean, the Reds. You said they got better. Well, it's not like the Reds have a huge payroll, but the Reds they're going out and making the deals they have to make. The Pirates, we'll see. But we could have had Schwarber this year. He wanted 5 years. Pittsburgh was only offering 4. Schwarber stayed put. Had we gotten Kyle Schwarber, we need a bat. We need a bat, and you're right. We got to lock down Skeens because we've got some good pitchers this year. But you know what? We have the best damn pitcher in baseball, but if you're not putting up runs, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Gotta
You
be
could
able.
have Sandy Koufax up there. Now, granted, Sandy Koufax did win the 1965 World Series, but really over the long run, you could have Koufax, Tom Seaver, Bob Gibson, but if you're not getting run support, look at Walter Johnson. Dominated the American League as Walter Johnson, but the best Senators team he pitched for was 1913. Look at the black ink all over Johnson's page.
I'll give you a bit
But
better
come
example.
on.
I'll give you a better example. I'll give you a better example of a great pitcher that never got run support, and he happens to be somebody who pitched for the Mets, Jacob DeGrom.
Yeah, DeGrom, exactly.
We couldn't give him run support to save his friggin' life.
Right.
All right, he is gonna go in. He will be. I don't know how much longer he's got left in the tank. Although they said he's ready to go for this year for the Rangers, Jacob DeGrom may go in as the best. I don't know if he'll. I don't know if he's. I don't know if he'll. I don't think. I don't know if he'll be Hall of Fame. But
I think he will be.
if somebody wants to say he's the best pitcher in baseball history to not stay healthy, that you could probably say. You
Right,
can probably
right.
say that about Jacob DeGrom.
Sure.
Greatest pitcher ever to not stay healthy. If he was healthy,
Mhm.
all right, he would have been another Tom. He's another Tom Seaver.
Oh,
All
hell
right.
yeah.
He's
Yeah.
another Tom Seaver. He would have 300 wins and he would have 3,000 strikeouts, and his ERA would be under 3. He would be another Seaver and Johnson. All right, but
Yeah.
he just couldn't stay healthy, and but and it sucked that he just couldn't stay healthy. He was so much fun to watch pitch. He
Oh,
really
yeah, he
was
was.
fun to
Yeah,
watch.
he was. Yeah.
Beatles, I have got to get to bed.
All right. Yeah, Robert, see you tomorrow night, 8:00, brother.
See you tomorrow night at 8:00. I am heading to bed, and it's always a pleasure to chin wag with you, my friend.
Always
And
welcome.
I'll see you tomorrow night at Dodger Stadium for the 1980 All-Star Game.
All right, man. See you then.
Have a good night, brother.
All right, you too, man.
Bye.
JT says he thinks the biggest obstacle to DeGrom's Hall of Fame candidacy is the low number of innings he pitched, 800 fewer than Koufax, but a very short career. Yeah, and of course you look at Koufax, and Robert and I we will eventually have this debate. I think Koufax was a great pitcher for those 6 seasons. You had to get that control, and once you did, it was certainly the left arm of God. But when I think of these great pitchers, and I think of somebody like Lefty Grove, and I've mentioned him so many times, that here was a great left-handed pitcher. Look at those numbers. Paul, I get where you're coming from about cheating. I really, really, really do. But for me, I've evolved. I'm not saying that you're unevolved, buddy, that you're my friend, that you're some kind of, lower simian or something. It's not that. But I still maintain, my friend, that those PEDs, I mean, Bonds was a monster great player, and he was outperforming people anyhow. You still got to have the talent. You got to have the talent, my friend. Again, I feel that if any of us had been athletes in our prime in the late 80s, early 90s, and somehow we were baseball, you're definitely unevolved. I mean, you're just not going to be able to do those things that they did. Was it fair to the people who didn't take PEDs? Of course not. And your wife tells you that every day. I mean, so I get that. I get that. Well, that's for watching your show because you're uninvolved. Well, that's okay. I'm all about that. That's why I told Robert I do the late shift here. You call me a butterfly brain, if I remember correctly. The butterfly brained way you do things, and I quote, and thank you. I wear it as a badge of honor. I know my place in this community, man. I'm the train wreck, and I love it. I love it. You know. So you, Paul. But you know what? One thing that I just got to say though is there's never a time that I do a broadcast, even if I'm wrong. Well, by the way, where were you earlier tonight? That Pirates Cubs game. Um, that 11 to what was it? 11-2 or something like that. Where were you? We kind of beat you up a little bit, the Pirates. So it was game one. We're gonna do a 3-game series. So missed you, Paul. You were conspicuous. You said in your absence, I'll be there. I did not come back for. I was gone for an hour. You wanker! Come on, man. Oh my God, my brain hurts. But I love you guys, man. And it's, you know what? I love the fact that we can argue about these things, and at the end of the day, we're not gonna come to any conclusion. But that's what's fun. Having baseball fans been doing this forever. The hot stove leagues, that's what they were, man. JT says, I think a lot depends on how big of an advantage players got from using PEDs. How much of baseball was using? 85% or higher. Do we know that? I mean, did that report ever reveal that? How many people came out? I mean, so when baseball started cracking down, will we ever know? I don't know. Um, so you were writing, I thought this was a baseball. Who told you this was a baseball channel? Paul, this is a baseball channel. Baseball sometimes happens on here. So, oh my God. I love baseball. Yes. But I can't do, no, you're right, JT. Paul, I can't do what guys like Ron Juckett do, and Robert, who we just had on here, or Chris Slovic, or Legend Sports Universe. I'm incapable. I don't have the voice of a broadcaster. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows that I'm the Rube Waddell of this community, and that has nothing to do with the fact that I can be a great pitcher. It's the fact that I'm easily distracted, and I think people that members of this family all come here to say, all right, what's he going to do tonight? I mean, come on, man. Everybody else that does stuff on they're actually content creators. Mike, Sports Time Machine, we got in here. All you guys, man. That's why. Yeah, who wants perfection? Well, no, so I'm kind of the antidote to the guys that are really good at this. And I'm not saying this self-effacing stuff to get some cheap compliments. I'm not, man. I know this is not. I know I'm a good magician. I'm a decent musician. I'm an artist, but I'm no baseball broadcaster. Not by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just an agent, man, having fun. I mean, and I've probably pissed off tons of Beatles fans who think this is a Beatles channel. And as much as I love them, I just picked the name at YouTube because I'm like, all right, I love the Beatles, and somebody took the name Beatles Forever. There's some idiot out there, Beatles Forever, and I should have that title, that that nickname or whatever. So Beatles Eternally. That's it. We've gone nights in here. We've talked about mob movies and God knows what else. Ken Castro used to used to send pictures in chats. We'd find like the hottest female singer we could find, and Ken would be like, "Check your messenger." And so I owe it all to Ken Castro, who really kind of derails me. He's created this monster, man. I'm here, Phil Rizzuto. Oh my God. Oh my God, Phil Rizzuto. Oh my God, yeah. I do have this gig with the money store coming up, so that there is that. I just love baseball. And one of the issues that I don't recognize, Paul was the third most talented. Oh my God, I'm going to take away your wrench. Are you serious? See, this is what these Liddy Pool people do. Scooter, yeah, I know. Scooter. So really, the third most talented Beatle? It's the funniest thing I've ever read. But that's okay. I'm going to let you have that delusion as well, too. It drives me crazy, man. So it is now the 9th of February, and he was easily distracted. Exactly. I'm not gonna take anybody's wrench. Everybody has a wrench in here. I don't think I've ever taken. No, there's one person I did do that actually, but that was whatever. He deserved it. But anyhow, he's always welcome back. Though I'll go to bed in a minute. I don't have to work. on Monday. So we're gonna finish up. I know people are starting for the gates here. We're down to 8. When Robert was here, we had 17. I get it. I get it. If I had the dulcet tones of RGL Network, um, it would be more exciting for you guys. Anyhow, pitchers and catchers report. It is 9th February. So thank you. Even though this year was a bit of a disaster for our Super Bowl baseball shenanigans, it was still fun. It's funny because I have out of the park baseball sitting up here. We didn't do an out of the park game. And there was a lot I wasn't able to do this year because of that computer crash last week. But I appreciate all of you that were here throughout the 3 different acts that we did. And it was, thank you, Paul. It means a lot. But it's you guys that make it great. That you bring your knowledge, you bring your humor, and everything. And what can I say? This is not my channel. This is our family. It's our family, all of us. To me, it's less about a broadcaster's voice and what he says. Vince Scully was great because he had the humility to prepare so well, had the confidence to pull it off. Listening to Vince Scully was listening to poetry. Many things about the Dodgers are great, and you guys, Vince Scully, and I think of Vince Scully just in terms of the great broadcasters. Like you go back to like Red Barber, Rosie Rosewell, Bob Prince, Ernie Harwell, and so forth. And they were great broadcasters, but there was something about Vince Scully that just, I don't know. Dare I use the term transcendent? But Scully would be the person, if somebody wanted to say, would ask me, who's new to baseball, who would you say would be the voice of baseball? I would never hesitate in saying it's Vince Scully. It's Vince Scully. And the first thing I would show them, and I know you guys know this is coming, is I would want that person new to baseball to listen to his call of the Kirk Gibson home run. That there just encapsulates Scully. And baseball is in the world is so far we're just deprived. Vince Scully was amazing. And you guys that grew up with him, that got to, and again, nobody here actually grew up with Scully. He started with Brooklyn, but I'm jealous. I'm jealous. Or the Hank Aaron home run record to break Bruce. That was beautiful. Mike said, left me a messenger. Oh, hey, Mike, you've been a great friend too, man. That's what we do here. And so my welcome is, your welcome is really no thank you, man. And it's true. I'm sorry if I'm not checking Messenger all the time, guys. I'm having this issue where I've got the old PC working and Facebook recognizes me there, but it won't let me get on this new PC. So I'm not trying to be that guy and not answer people. I'm still getting things set up and migrated, so I will be answering. But thank you, Mike, for that. And I hope to see you back on a regular broadcasting schedule when it is the time for you to do it, because your games are always fun. And here's a guy that can call a game, is Sports Time Machine. He's another one of these guys that has a broadcaster's voice. So I don't like any of you guys that can do it because I'm like, oh, shit. I guarantee you guys, man, Chris Slovic gets back over to where he is and can start doing voice broadcasting again. And you listen to what he does, and you guys hear legends. These guys offer an immersive experience. I feel like I'm at a ball game, and I love that. And why you people put up with me, I have no idea, but thank you. So there you go. If I ever meet you, I'll show you some magic. That's what I can do. The hands are better than the voice, gentlemen. It is what it is. Anyhow, I think we're going to cut it off. I was thinking about doing one more game just to close it out, because I feel bad that Out of the Park's in here. We only got 6 people, and I think only JT, he can hang. JT and I were on here one night. JT, what was it, man? I ended the broadcast, and you and I stayed on in the green room for like another 3 hours or something. And you and I are so way overdue for a good political tete-a-tete that we've got to get back on that, because I need some JT Dutch sanity right now because I'm losing my shit. And I'm trying to remain apolitical here, but on this channel, but it's getting really hard to do that, you know. But anyhow, I do want to close by thanking everybody, all of you, even the people that didn't say a word and just watched, and sometimes, you know, that you were aghast at whatever was going on. The fact that you were here, I thank you. And it's because of you that we have this family. It's not you guys, you folks are not subscribers. You're my friends. And I am honored. I am honored by that. And I sincerely, sincerely mean that. I'm truly honored by the friendship that you've extended me to allow me to have fun, to do this. Uh, you know, I mean, last week when my computer went down, man, I was like, I was lost. It's not like I don't have a life. I do. You know, I practice magic. I'm seeing somebody, all this kind of stuff, right? You know, but I missed this family. I missed it. It was really hard last week. I'm like, what do I do? So Monday, I'm like, I'm buying this monitor, and I'm finally going to get off my arse, and I'm going to put everything on this new PC. And I'm so glad. And however many hours this was today, and I'm exhausted, but I would do it all over again with at least a couple fewer mistakes. Hopefully, we forget the baseball for Windows mistake. So, thank you, everybody. I've been doing this since 2018 with 2 years off, but for allowing me to do what I do, and for creating an amazing community. This will never be a community where, you know, there's going to be, and I don't care. I don't care if there's ever 1,000 people or 1,500 people. Right now, I'm talking to 7 of you, right? And that means more to me than ever building this thing, monetizing it, or whatever. I want to hang out with you guys, man. Look, we're hanging out and it's fun. And even when we have these nice spirited discussions, whether it's about PEDs or the Hall of Fame, or of course, why the Pirates are superior to the Chicago Cubs in every conceivable way, we still are friends, and that's what's amazing. And you folks created what we have here, for better or worse. JT says, enjoy the community of friends. I have a life too, but it's always a pleasure to come in here. It's just comfortable, enjoyable. And I think that's what we all want to do. And you guys have made that all possible. I'm not Kurt Berglund. I'm not Tony Porter. I'm not Ron Juckett. And what those guys do, they're great. You know, our Red Sox fan, great. These guys are great what they do. I just decided it was Ken Castro. As to my closing remarks, got to go to Ken because he hasn't been in here as much as I wish. Ken, there were times, man, I wanted to quit doing this. I started in 2018. Our Red Sox fan talked me into doing it. And I'm like, this sucks. This sucks. But there have been so many great moments. But there are times I wanted to quit. And Ken Castro told me something that I know you've heard me say before. He said, what you got to understand, he said, is when you're coming on here and people look forward to it, he said, for some people, this is what they have to look forward to during the day. And if you quit, you ruin their day, you harm them. And I don't want to do that, man. The way I had, what I was brought up in was around a lot of violence, truly. And I've always made a vow in my life to not be that. And I want to try to be a good guy. And so I do that. D. Scott Howard, you know, one night I was talking about just baseball books. D. Scott Howard, one of the early members of this family, sent me a book that had belonged to his dad and his granddad. It was this book of baseball stories. And he was just like, "Hey, what's your address?" I'm like, "Okay." I trust him. I'll give him my address. 2 weeks later, Media Mail, this great baseball reader came. It's been those kindnesses. It's been the kindness of Mike, Sports Time Machine. When I just helping me to get started, when I didn't know where the hell to look for ballparks for games. And Mike's, man, I got ballparks. What do you need? Um, JT Dutch coming in. JT, you're right here, man. I'll tell you, I could give plaudits to everybody that's been in and out of these crazy turnstiles that we've created here. JT coming in and offering excellent lessons in baseball, eloquence, and gently correcting me. And great dissertation on Vern Stevens. Boy, I'll never forget that one. Um, it's just amazing. Clinton, for being a curmudgeon. Clinton, at his heart, is a good guy. Then there's Paul. Um, Paul's from, originally from Liverpool, a city that I've never visited that I want to, not only because of the Beatles, but because of its strong Irish heritage. But Paul is amazing. And what he's given as a friend to me and what he's given to this community. And not just the Baseball HQ app, but just the generosity, his his tenacity with Pocket Pennant Run Baseball. With, all of these people and more just embody what's been created here. And I hope that we will continue to do so. And if we don't grow another person doesn't join, it's still good, because this is the greatest treasure right here that I have with all of you. And with that, thank you again for coming to the 2026 edition of the Super Bowl protest, which is what we're going to call it next year, the way things are going in this country. The one and all, thank you. Hope to see some, if not all of you, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock on Robert's channel, and 8 o'clock, 1980 All-Star Game. Everybody take care of each other, and I will definitely see you around the batting cage.